Good morning to those in the room. This is actually just for those who are joining us online. So hello if you are in your office or at home, wherever you are in Europe who are joining us online for day 2 of Mission Soil Week. It's lovely to have you with us. Thank you for making us part of your day. It is whatever local time you are at the moment, but here it's 10 to 9 and we will be starting at 9 o'clock. So for those who are on the stream with us, thank you. We're going to start in about 10 minutes and we will be keeping to time this morning. So you have time to get yourself a cup of coffee, cup of tea, settle in, and we will be starting live in 10 minutes. Thank you. For those in the room, do come and take your seats. As you just heard, we're going to be starting at 9 o'clock. So thank you. Good morning everybody. If I could ask you to take your seats now for me, please. Thank you, and we're ready to begin. Thank you, good morning. Lovely. For those just coming in at the back, if I could ask you to take a seat, please, that would be lovely. Thank you very much. Good morning and welcome, everyone. It is lovely to have you here. Welcome to those in the room. Welcome to all those who are watching us online from wherever you are in Europe. It's lovely to have you here. Welcome to the second day of Mission Soil Week. Thank you very much for making us part of your day. My name is Sasha Twining. It is my job to ensure that you get what you need out of today, because we've actually got a lot of new people in the room today as well, which is lovely, and very possibly new people joining us online as well. So let's just have a quick show of hands so that we know who was here yesterday. Fabulous. Welcome back. A quick show of hands who enjoyed yesterday. Excellent, good, good, good. And who is new here in the room today? Welcome, welcome. It's lovely to have you here. So it was a fabulous day yesterday. We really got into a lot of questions about the finance models, the business models, how that we move forward with soil health. There was a lot of talk about public engagement as well. Some really good deep dives into different areas. So a fabulous day yesterday. Another really good day planned ahead as well. So if you are new joining us online, or indeed new in the room, let me just do a couple of bits of housekeeping for you. First of all, if I could ask you to get your phones out for me, make sure they are on silent, because in this room the sound really echoes, I can promise you. So please make sure they are on silent. For those who haven't yet connected to the Wi-Fi, if you want to connect to Aarhus University Wi-Fi, this is how to do it. You may find that 5G works perfectly fine for you here in the room. So that's the Wi-Fi details. The reason that we asked you to connect to Wi-Fi or indeed 5G is because we will be using Slido for questions, and that applies if you are online as well. So we love getting your thoughts and your opinions, and if you were with us yesterday, you will know how many questions and thoughts that we try and acknowledge. We did a session yesterday asking for your input, and actually I got something like 210 responses in 4 minutes, so it was amazing. So if you are watching us online, this is also the QR code for Slido. I'll move out the way so you can see it properly. There we go. So if you open Slido on your phone or indeed on your laptop, the code that you need is #soil2025. And you can send us any thoughts or opinions or questions as we go through, and we will look at all of them and try and use as many in the room as we possibly can. Just something else to mention for those that are new today. We've got a really packed agenda. If you want to know what's going on, it's on the back of your badge. So for those who've got their badge with them today, if you scan the QR code on the back of the badge, that will give you the full agenda. Another couple of things to mention for those that are new here. If you have your PIN badges, it's lovely to see everyone with their PIN badges. And you also should have your water bottle as well. These water bottles from Aarhus University for tap water, apparently there's a bit of a competition as to where they can get to. So feel free to take your water bottle with you. And if you can see it in another meeting or on screen at another panel, then I think Aarhus University will be very, very happy about that. So, delegates, let's look at some of the things that we're going to be talking about today. Today is very much talking about healthy soils as part of sustainable, multifunctional landscapes. So we're very much acknowledging today that there is competition for land use, very strong competition for land use. And there are different actors, different stakeholders, different communities that will have different ideas, different perspectives, and indeed different priorities on how that land is used. So today is all about collaboration and consensus and coming to agreement on how that land is used and trying to overcome any potential conflicts of interest. So very much looking at different ideas and coming to a consensus on the way forward. Obviously, the best consensus is one where everyone is in agreement and everyone thrives and all ideas flourish. That it can be a very tricky place to get to. So today we are going to be looking at how to overcome any potential conflicts to basically get everybody on the same page. As we found yesterday, there is a lot to discuss, there is a lot to learn, and a lot of different ideas and viewpoints. This is the place to discuss those ideas and viewpoints to take us forward. So actually, we thought today it would be really nice to start with some words from the university. So I am absolutely delighted to welcome our first speaker this morning, the rector at Aarhus University. Please welcome on stage Brian Bech-Nielsen. Thank you.
Dear Permanent Secretary of the Danish Ministry of Green Transition, distinguished EU representatives and representatives from the Member States, dear colleagues and partners. Good morning and a heartfelt welcome to Aarhus University. Welcome to our main hall for this second day of the Mission Soil Week 2025, which is also a special event within the Danish Presidency of the EU. It is not often that I have the chance to quote the motto of Aarhus University, solidum petit in profundis, or in English, we seek a firm footing in the depths. It seems fitting to mention it today as we look towards the soil beneath us to address one of the most important environmental issues of our time. As you all know, about 70% of the European soils are in rather poor condition. This affects food production, biodiversity, drinking water, and so much more. Despite all of these basic necessities, despite those depending on the quality of our soil, a recent survey shows that a lack of knowledge and a lack of sense of urgency at the local and at the regional level are key barriers to changing our trajectory here in Europe. In other words, the degradation of soil quality is kind of a silent crisis. So science needs to speak up, science needs to speak clearly on behalf of our ecosystems. We need to extract knowledge from the earth and transform it into insights and recommendations that our fellow citizens can understand, that our politicians can act upon. And the land users and the farmers, they must turn this knowledge into action on the local, national, and the European level. This is our mission, and we do see examples of the hard work paying off. Only a few weeks ago, the soil monitoring law was passed in the European Parliament, establishing a common framework for monitoring and improving soil conditions across all the member states. This is science impacting policy, and it should energize and inspire our work here today, as we come together across countries and sectors to share ideas and solutions, and use our common knowledge to fertilize the ground for thoughtful and informed policies to grow. To be sure, there are no shortcuts. There are no easy solutions. All of our options contain drawbacks and dilemmas. Delicate balances need to be found, not just in terms of the ecological aspects, but also in terms of the economic, the technological, and the social aspects. In other words, we need to work together. Science, industry, including agriculture and other land users, and the politicians. And I'm happy to see that so many of you have come here today to do precisely that. Aarhus University is deeply engaged in co-production of knowledge and innovation through collaboration with industry, as well as delivering research-based advice for decision makers. Drawing on our strong tradition for agricultural science, we are involved in a significant numbers of EU co-funded partnership, for example the EDAP Soil, which held its final science days at AU only a month ago. We are honored to uphold these commitments by hosting today's event, which will position healthy soils in the broader perspective of sustainable multifunctional landscapes. The challenges we are facing in Denmark and in many other European countries are the same they're facing just as well. It is how to encourage healthy soil management as a part of multifunctional land use, which reduces greenhouse gas emission from agriculture, while at the same time preserving nature, water, and food production. The Danish approach to this challenge has been to engage with a variety of stakeholders and to collectively plan land use transformations at local and regional level. This way of moving from division to dialogue may be of inspiration to other countries and regions, but many other solutions may exist, and we are certainly eager to hear your perspectives and learn from your experiences so we can forge a common path ahead. On a final note, I would like to thank the EU, especially the Directorate-General for Agriculture and Rural Development, and also great thanks to the Danish Ministry of Green Transition and its agency for collaborating on this event. I would also like to thank all our panelists and guests who have traveled from afar to be here today to share their insights and perspectives, as well as those of you who are following the conference online. Let's make the most of it, follow our motto, and seek the firm footing in the depths. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And so true. You know, there's no solution without collaboration, and there is no easy path forward. But we are here in this incredible place, as you say, to listen to each other, to work together, and to find out how we can learn from each other. That's different organizations learning from each other, as well as different communities learning from each other, different stakeholders, different actors within this. And that is exactly what we're going to start today with. Collaboration is about working together, a genuine desire to have the best outcome for all. So you're going to hear now more detail on the Danish Tripartite Agreement. This is a groundbreaking agreement between stakeholders from agriculture, nature conservation, climate mitigation, the food industry, all supported by the government. And that is at the heart of our next presentation, how you bring everyone together. And I think that phrase, from division to dialogue, and then moving forward with that. So absolutely delighted that in a moment on this stage, you will hear from the Permanent Secretary of State at the Danish Ministry of Green Transition, Maria Stærk-Windom. But first, to really give us a moment to think and reflect, I'd like you to take a look at this.
Today, we plant a tree. And it may not look like much, but it's a beginning. When the tree is just 5 years old, both the tree and Denmark will have changed a little. We've opened 6 new national nature parks, revetted up to 140,000 hectares of lowland soil, providing much more space for nature, while also significantly reducing nitrogen and phosphorus emissions. In lakes, streams, and fjords, where there has been silence, life is slowly returning. When the tree is 10 years old, our agriculture will have found more balance between food production and environmental protection by significantly lowering CO2 emissions. And when the tree is 15 years old, we'll celebrate with a fish fillet, because flatfish will hopefully be just as common as they once were. Our drinking water will be cleaner. And many more Danes will have found jobs in green sectors, from energy solutions to nature management. When the tree is 20 years old, we will finally have finished planting 250,000 hectares of new forest in Denmark, equivalent to the size of Luxembourg. The forests purify the air, bind nitrogen in the soil, and offer more to share among birds, bees, and people. We've returned power to nature, because nature holds the power to solve many of our problems. So, when the tree is 30 years old, we'll be living in a very different Denmark, with more natural wealth and a higher quality of life. We'll have future-proofed food production and created lasting reductions in greenhouse gases, all in a more natural environment. And we'll look back, knowing that we succeeded because we wanted to make space for each other in Denmark.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your kind introduction and for having me today. It's a pleasure to be able to welcome you here to Aarhus on the second day of the European Mission Soil Week. Just 2 weeks ago, the European Parliament and the Council adopted the Soil Monitoring and Resilience Directive. It's a milestone for Europe. And it's also a clear signal that soil is no longer a forgotten resource, but it's seen as just as vital as clean water and clean air. Here in Denmark, we see this ambition as closely linked to the mission that we are currently pursuing. We're going to transform large parts of the country, to reshape land use in ways that protect nature, strengthen biodiversity, and secure a sustainable future for farming, and that meets our European climate goals as well. Healthy soils store carbon, they reduce emissions, they make our landscapes more resilient to droughts and floods, and the geopolitical situation calls for a much more resilient agricultural sector and improved self-sufficiency in foods, bioenergy, and biomaterials. So today, I would like to share with you how Denmark is working to turn this vision into actual practice, how collaboration across sectors can create real change on the ground. The Danish Climate Act of 2020 sets a clear direction. It commits Denmark to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 70% in 2030 compared to 1990. On that basis, we have passed regulation on a number of sectors, a tax reform transforming the transportation sector, a carbon dioxide tax on manufacturing, and as we succeed in reducing emissions from transport and manufacturing, agriculture accounts for an increasing share of emissions. 1/3 today, and almost half of emissions going on to 2030, because emissions from other sectors drop. In 2050, agriculture is projected to account for the majority of EU greenhouse gas emissions. So we need to find ways to reduce these emissions. In Denmark, we've resorted to a proven tool, the tripartite institution, which is shorthand for negotiated solutions. This is a particularly proud institution in the Danish society, often referred to as the Danish model, at least in Denmark. I don't know if internationally. But on the labor market, this model has served us well for 100 years. Unions, employers, and the state unite to address and solve the big challenges that we have in common. A negotiated solution secures that we find a fair and balanced solution. Last year, we turned to the tripartite system again and in a new area, this time to tackle a different challenge where a fair and balanced solution was equally essential. Maybe somebody could help me change this slide. Oh, yeah. We negotiated an agreement between farmers, nature NGOs, the Danish Nature Conservation Society, the local government in the form of the municipalities, the unions, the industry, and the government to meet 4 challenges. First of all, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, we introduced the world's first carbon tax on livestock and peatlands, and we subsidized new forests and restoration of peatlands. Secondly, to achieve good ecological status in all water bodies under the Water Framework Directive, we will take fields out of production which pollute our fjords and coastal waters, and we will introduce emission-based nitrogen regulation from 2027. Thirdly, to improve nature and biodiversity, we will increase natural and semi-natural habitats by 40%, increase forest coverage alone by 40%, with 1 billion new trees, and establish 6 new rewilding national parks. And fourthly and finally, we're committed to a competitive agri-food sector to ensure new technologies, biosolutions, vibrant rural areas, jobs, and growth. The agreement was backed by a broad majority in Parliament and funded with €6 billion, some from the Common Agricultural Policy. In addition, private foundations have agreed to chip in with billions of euros. About 15% of farmland will be taken out of production. Almost 10% of Danish land area will be converted into nature, forests, and wetlands. On a European scale, the equivalent would be to cover Germany and the Netherlands in forest, wetlands, and natural and semi-natural habitats. Our ambitions are lofty, and adding up all our goals for land use, much more nature, more renewable energy from solar and wind, and agriculture that continue to help feed the world, we would almost need an extra half of Denmark. So we have to turn to multifunctional land use as well. Bringing farmers and nature organizations to the same table has proven to be a powerful solution. Local democratic decision-making on land use works. Empowering the local representatives and farmers, NGOs, and local government works. Municipalities draw up plans for the land use, farmers take ownership. Financial incentives also works. Announcing future taxes and regulations on greenhouse gas emissions and nitrogen, and subsidizing farmers who restore peatlands and plant forests. Farmers swap fields, apply for subsidies to restore peatland and plant new forests, and to abandon drains. Also, a focus on implementation works. We formed a new ministry with a clear mission to bring the political agreement to life, make it happen by transparent regulation, by pace, and by constant mediation. Data and digital tools also work. We provided local decision makers with a tool to calculate effects of reformed land use on emissions, and linking these plans to applications forms for subsidies, cutting red tape. And how do we know that all this works? Because the transition is actually happening now. We formed 23 local political bodies which cover the whole of the country, with local representatives from municipalities, local agriculture organizations, local nature organizations, and the Danish Nature Agency under the ministry. They are responsible for identifying the best solutions with respect to local conditions, and ensuring that the green transformation is carried out in close cooperation with local communities. So it is a national plan, but it is the local partnerships in close cooperation with landowners, citizens, and organizations that bring this plan to life. The government and the parties to the agreement believe that there is a business case for green transition of agriculture, a business case for farmers themselves, new markets for the food industry, new opportunities for rural areas with strong communities and small new enterprises. It will create jobs and employment. Research and development will foster new products and technologies which will help solve global challenges and strengthen our exports. And so the emissions from agriculture can be curbed because there is money to be made from it. We need to catalyze this change. As farmers lose billions on extreme weather, we need to improve resilience to transform our food system to safeguard our food security and self-sufficiency. The EU, like Denmark, has big goals for the green transition, the environment, and for biodiversity. In Denmark, we want to show that it is possible to build strong collaboration between nature and agriculture. It doesn't have to be opposites. That it is possible to unite green ambitions with development in the food sector. And we are encouraged by the great interest from you, your European colleagues. I hope our experience can serve as an inspiration for you, inspiration to build new forms of dialogue, to create alliances that bridge interests, and to show that when we work together, we can achieve both green goals and also a strong agricultural sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So inspiring, and actually just to hear about the plans and to see the ideas of as the tree grows, this is the way Denmark will change. And then to hear about different business ideas, different business solutions, and the different jobs coming in as well. What we're going to do is we're going to dive into the detail of that a little bit later this morning to understand how maybe the different technology will come into it, how different land will be used and the different stakeholders, and indeed how that Danish model, the tripartite agreement, is actually working for Denmark, and indeed what can be learned and what Denmark also wants to learn from it. So the detail of that we will dive into a little bit later this morning, but a really inspiring way to start. Please feel free to use Slido now to post your thoughts, your questions, maybe some of the areas that you'd like to get into a little bit more, some of those areas that you'd like a little bit more detail on. So that's the QR code for you. Do use that at any time. Just your thoughts as we go through, and we will try and address as many of them as possible. Please use that now. What we're going to do is now delve into current policies and current thinking that shapes progress. So we're going to look now at the EU policies for monitoring and improving soil health. Two really interesting presentations for you now, two different speeches on the way forward. We're going to start with the mission and soil health, and I'm absolutely delighted now to welcome the head of the Research and Innovation Unit at DG Agri to stage. Delegates, please welcome Henri Delang. Henri. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning. Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers, distinguished guests, and dear participants on site and online, I'd like to begin by congratulating the Danish government for having reached this very important tripartite agreement for the green transition of agriculture and land use in Denmark. Yesterday, we explored how business models can make soil health restoration economically viable. And today, we turn to the policies that make it politically and institutionally possible, policies that enable monitoring and improving soil health. The transformation towards a more competitive and resilient agriculture requires inclusive policies. It requires consensus. And this is the spirit that has guided the European Commission since the launch of the strategic dialogue on the future of EU agriculture in 2024. It brought together all main actors across the complete agri-food value chain, as well as non-governmental organizations and civil society, financial institutions, and academia, to shape a common vision for the future of EU agriculture. And building on the conclusions of that dialogue, the Commission presented in February this year a new vision for the future of farming and food production in the EU. This vision for food and agriculture aims to build a stronger, more innovative food system that benefits farmers and consumers and creates an attractive, competitive, resilient, and future-proof sector. And this vision recognizes healthy soils as the cornerstone of sustainable agriculture and resilient food systems. And in this regard, the soil monitoring law, adopted only a few days ago, represents a truly historic step. For the first time, Europe will have a common legal framework for soil health across member states. It will give us harmonized indicators, making soil data comparable and actionable, providing a solid foundation for sound decision-making to improve soil health. Policies, that's where the Common Agricultural Policy, the CAP, plays a decisive role. The current CAP, 23-27, already supports millions of farmers who are improving their soils every day through cover crops, crop rotation, reduced tillage, and carbon farming schemes. These efforts are supported through eco-schemes and agro-environmental measures, estimated at around 40 billion euros and covering nearly 50% of EU agricultural land, and designed to reward practices that enhance soil health. Looking ahead, the proposed new CAP regulation introduces simplification, predictability, and greater focus on resilience and outcome-based planning. The Commission proposal, which ring-fences a budget of around 300 billion euros for farmer income support, positions soil health among the priority areas for which member states shall provide support to farmers. The so-called green architecture of the CAP will be clearer, more flexible for member states, and enable them to foster a territorial approach, enabling adaptation to national and regional contexts. A more balanced approach is also introduced between requirements and rewards, providing incentives for farmers to adopt sustainable practices. And a novelty, a new type of support for the transition to more resilient farming has been proposed based on a lump sum, and it will focus on farmers who want to commit to a more holistic transformation of their production system, including soil management. That's good news for European farmers, a secure budget to ensure their livelihood, and more flexibility to tailor interventions to local realities. Because soil challenges in the Mediterranean basin are not the same as soil challenges in the Nordic plains, and that's where science plays a key role. The Commission's proposal for the next multi-annual financial framework, so the next long-term EU budget 28-34, worth almost 2 trillion euros, boosts innovation and competitiveness in an unprecedented way. It almost doubles the budget for the Research and Innovation Framework Program, Horizon Europe, to 175 billion euros, and it proposes a new European Competitiveness Fund with a budget of 234 billion euros. The missions would continue to receive funding until 2030, according to their initial design. This will allow Mission Soil to complete the investment cycle with a focus on deployment and impact. More generally, regarding agriculture, Horizon Europe and the new European Competitiveness Fund will put on the table more than 40 billion euros for the health, biotech, agriculture, and bioeconomy policy window. That means that if the proposal is approved without substantial changes, there will be a very significant pool of funding available for research, innovation, deployment for health, biotechnology, agriculture, and bioeconomy, and consequently also for soil health. And I would like to emphasize the connection between Horizon Europe and the European Competitiveness Fund. They share these same thematic windows, and the purpose is to ensure continuity in support for what is called the seamless investment journey. This means that there will be funding and specific instruments all along the innovation cycle, from fundamental and applied research via startups to full deployment. This continuity of funding also includes grants, prices, procurement, budgetary guarantees, financial instruments, and blending operations. I don't want to bombard you with all kinds of figures, but maybe just a final one. More than 450 billion euros, in addition to the 300 billion euros already ring-fenced for the Common Agricultural Policy, will be available for investments outside the CAP, but investments that could, of course, benefit farmers as well. Investments in services and infrastructures and so on. The message is simple. There will be many opportunities for innovation, investments, and reform in the next financial framework. Let's work together to ensure that a substantial portion of these funds contribute to improving soil health and the competitiveness and resilience of European agriculture. And to make that happen, we need excellent science. And I have no doubt that Europe remains a global leader in research and innovation. European universities like Aarhus University, our host today, and one of the most successful participants in Mission Soil, are among the world's leading centers of knowledge and innovation. We also need new tools to improve and accelerate impact, and living labs are a disruptive, effective way to address highly complex problems with solutions tailored to local conditions involving all relevant actors. The vision for agriculture and food that I just mentioned emphasizes the role of knowledge, research, and innovation as catalysts of change, and it recognizes the 100 living labs of the Mission Soil as an unprecedented resource to support farmers. Living labs have the potential to generate early impact, mutual learning for researchers and land managers, and the ability to transform the entire value chain by involving citizens and policymakers. And the future European Competitiveness Fund will surely offer us the opportunity and the tools to deploy and scale the immense scientific innovation work that the soil community is carrying out within the framework of the mission. Nearly 1 billion euros could be the total EU investment for soil health through the Mission Soil by 2030. We must ensure that this effort unlocks and catalyzes further investments, making the path to healthy soils a reality for 2050. Throughout today's sessions, you will hear about the landscape approach. Healthy soils cannot be achieved field by field alone. Water, nutrients, biodiversity, it flows across boundaries, and so must our solutions. Yesterday, we focused on business models. Today, we focus on policy coherence, how the EU and member states can further align efforts. If we combine the ambition of all of our policies, soil monitoring law, common agricultural policy, carbon removal, carbon farming regulation, nature restoration regulation, or water resilience strategy, with the insight of our scientists, supported by and working together in Mission Soil, and the dedication of our farmers and land managers, we can truly improve Europe's soils for food, for nature, for future generations. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank again all speakers, all participants on site, online, for your contributions to this very successful third edition of European Mission Soil Week. Thank you.
Henri, thank you very much. Thank you. Let us move now to another perspective and to get some more detail on a slightly different area. And incidentally, there will be time to take questions later. But what I'd like to do now is bring on stage the director, the acting director of biodiversity and the head of the land use and management unit at the DG for Environment at the European Commission to talk more about the soil monitoring law. Please welcome Jon Codescu. Jon, thank you so much. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I see a few known faces among you. Well, thanks first and foremost for the invitation and the opportunity to participate to this event, to the organizers, the Aarhus University, also the Danish authorities, representatives in Brussels, but also to each of you. I will not have a speech this morning. I reflected how to bring it to you. I had the honor to lead the team that drafted the soil monitoring law, and also participate to our impact assessment. You know that any legislative proposal of the Commission comes with impact assessment, and then to steer all the Commission proposals on the text through the legislative process. It took us a few years. I think we started 3 years ago with the impact assessment, and even before that with the soil strategy. And by the way, soil monitoring law was one of the actions of the soil strategy, so it's part of a broader context. And then, we managed to have it adopted. Well, I will not be presenting the law, the directive actually, to you. I think many of you have had a close look at the text, or you will in the context of you're dealing with soil health. But I will pinpoint to a few key points and takeaways from our perspective. But I would also want to acknowledge, I mean, we have been a small team leading all these negotiations, but we relied a lot on our colleagues in JRC with all the data that they put at our disposal, on our colleagues in the Environmental Agency in Copenhagen, and on many more. I think also on our colleagues from the ministries in the member states in the Council. And at the end of the day, on all the work that also you have done on this. So big thanks to all those involved which made this possible. It was not an easy thing. And we didn't start it from ground zero, because as you probably know, the Commission proposed the soil directive, I think 17 years ago, and it was not accepted. That's one of the most sensitive areas to regulate from an environmental point of view. It was the only one which didn't have binding legislation, because we have legislation for air, for waste, for waters, and so on. Not for soil, which has been seen as a prerogative at national level, and the cross-border effects have not been seen. So, my first point is, why do we need a directive? And I think I would, want to dwell a bit on a few figures, a few facts that we identified or we put in our impact assessment. I think it's important. I think many of these are known, but it's very important to take them into account. So soil degradation affects our productivity and competitiveness. According to the European Central Bank, over 72 of the Eurozone companies depend on at least one ecosystem service to produce their goods or services, including the soil. The figures have been mentioned. Over 60% of our soils are in bad condition. Also, I think it was confirmed by the latest state of the environment report from the DEA, but also other reports, October last year, and so on. Soil health directly affects fertility, yields, pest resistance, nutritional food quality, and safety. It is key that we invest in and protect this finite resource to ensure food security and secure both the productivity and the profitability of EU agriculture. And EU farmers are first to suffer from poor soil health. As an example, soil erosion causes an annual cost estimated at 1.25 billion to the farmers. Farmers are also missing out on benefits that come with better knowledge, one of the topics discussed in this conference, on the exact state of soils, enabling cost savings, increasing yields, adapting to climate change. A few additional facts. It takes more than 500 years to create 2.5 centimeters of new topsoil. So it's not a resource that regenerates easily. 95% of our food is directly or indirectly produced on the soils. We are losing a lot of good land, natural land, or what we call semi-natural agricultural land, to other developments. It's justified, but we should acknowledge the fact that it's about 440 square kilometers every year in the EU. Then more than 23% of agricultural land suffers from compaction. 83% of the EU soil contain pesticides residues. And I could continue on and on. But yeah, maybe I should add that we also have something that was estimated to 2.8 million contaminated sites in the EU. So that's why part of this directive deals with identifying and cleaning those sites. So is it an intervention at EU level justified? For us, it was a clear yes. Also in the hindsight of our experience with the previous directive, we had the possibility to compare the situation 20 years ago with the situation of today. And we see that despite a lot of action in many member states at the local level, the situation of the soil has not improved. So that's why we think we need to put something, to do something together, to pull our resources together. One of them is about rules. It's also about, as Henri mentioned earlier, about working together. However, there was also a lesson to learn. It is a sensitive topic. And we started with a certain version or desired, let's say, version of this act. But we arrived at something which is much more flexible as a result of the compromises and the discussions in the legislative process. It's probably less ambitious than we would have liked to, but we think it is a solid step, and it is crucial what was also been said earlier this morning. We need cohesion, we need dialogue, and we need to start with some consensus in order to be able to advance. Now, the key provisions of the soil monitoring law, I will not go into the details, but I would just mention the few, the main blocks, if you want, of this legislative intervention, and maybe some key takeaways. It is important to note that it applies to all soils. I've been yesterday here, you had these breakout sessions and you focused on forestry soils, on urban soils, also on agricultural soils, natural soils. So it applies everywhere across the EU to all soils. And that's important because in the legislative process we had tedious discussions also about excluding part of this for various reasons, defense and so on. Nothing is excluded. So that's, we think, something important because at the end of the day, when we'll have the assessment, the monitoring, we'll know the situation across the board everywhere. So that's something important. Also, this puts in place a governance structure. And maybe one important point there is to say that a lot has been done on soil monitoring across the member states. So we are not trying to replace what was being done, but trying to build on that. So the member states would be allowed to keep their own structures and build on the top of this, but there will be also some common denominators. And two important notions there are the soil districts, which are to be defined at national level, but these are the, let's say, the entities, the administrative entities to manage soil monitoring and also management of soils. But we also have within these districts the soil units, which are the entities at the level of which soil would have certain common characteristics, so similar methods, management methods could be employed. So that's something important and would be across the board. Then we have also this objective, which we wanted to be binding in the beginning. We ended up with something which is aspirational, 2050 healthy soils. So it's still there. It's in a flexible, let's say, it's a flexible approach, but it is something important. It gives us the direction. It gives us also time horizon to implement monitoring of soil, do the monitoring networks, have the assessments of soils, and then also take measures to improve the condition of the soil on the basis of these assessments. We have been looking into and that's the core of the approach, we have been looking into the main types of soil degradation, namely salinization, loss of organic carbon, compaction, excess nutrient in soil, erosion, contaminants, reduction of water retention capacity, acidification, loss of soil biodiversity, soil sealing. And with the experts, for each of these types of the type of degradation, we tried to identify some delimitation, to put it simply, between what is healthy soils and non-healthy soils. In some cases, we managed to do that with some EU, let's say, values, for example, carbon in soil. For some others, we left it at national level in considering the diversity of the soil, for example, the water retention capacity of soils. And for some others, we reached the conclusion that it is too early. We need to monitor, for example, biodiversity in soil. We know that's one of the important factors determining the quality, the health of soil. But it is difficult at this moment to delineate between what is a healthy soil based on its biodiversity and what not. So we have a few parameters that need to be monitored there. Sufficient time will be allowed for the monitoring. That's why it's called the monitoring, because that's the most important and the first part of the intervention. It would take the rest of the decade. Normally this directive would be published, adopted soon and published. And then it should enter into force at the beginning of next year. And then there will be 6 years to put in place the monitoring networks and do the monitoring as such, and also draw a conclusion on that. And then the big question, what comes after that? And that probably took us a huge amount of time in the legislative process, because there were some proponents of solution whereby we would only have soil monitoring. But we insisted that once we do have the assessment, we know the situation of the soil, we also need a reply to the question, okay, and what is next? And there, we would have liked to have initially some clear obligations to connect these assessments, the conclusions about the health of lack of health of EU soils, with this objective, 2050 healthy soils. But that was, how can I put it, hard nut to crack. So eventually we ended, which I think it's now Article 11, which is soil resilience. So it's no longer about managing the soils, but it is about supporting soil managers to put in place solutions to address the health of soils. And that's something extremely important. It is about having specialized advice, having training, having financial and technical resources at the disposal of soil managers. And that's why soil mission is extremely important, because it can come up with the solutions that can be scaled up at EU level. And we also should be mindful of the fact that we need to take the soil managers, farmers in particular, but not only, on board. We need to convince them about the need to intervene, the need to address these types of degradation of soil, rather than impose solutions on them. There will be a lot of pressure, because at the end of the 6 years that I was mentioning, each member state and at EU level will need to publish the situation of the EU soils. We have the EU Soil Observatory. We'll have a bigger and more detailed digital soil portal, which would show the situation. And this would put pressure on all the authorities to do something about it. And this Article 11 on soil resilience is the key to go about it. Another important feature of this is this land take mitigation principles. We have a huge problem, I mentioned earlier, with the fact that we are losing huge swaths of our soil. For good reasons. We need transportation, we need buildings, we need a lot of things to put on the soil. But at the same time, the soil is sealed or the soil is removed in case of extractive industries. So, well, what do we do about it? We said, well, we need to monitor this. And also, in each case, at different scales, we need an assessment to know exactly whether other type of soil or land can be used, which is probably not so valuable, and we could continue agriculture or, I don't know, preserving it in its natural state, rather than using for this, and maybe using other type of soil or land. We also need to see, in each case, whether the footprint of various projects cannot be more delineated, more limited, reduced in order to limit the impact on soil. So that's something extremely important that we need to embed in all the development process. And then finally, we have this part on the contaminated sites. Very interesting, that was probably one of the less contentious parts of the discussions. There we give huge flexibility to the member states. It's a risk-based approach, and the basic idea there is that first we need to start to identify all these potentially contaminated sites. It is a deadline for that, 10 years, but then after that, on what's considered to be potentially contaminated, this need to be investigated, and if they are found to be really contaminated, depending on the level of contamination and so on, they need to be managed. These sites are there for decades, some of them from the maybe more than 100 years. We are losing this important piece of land, and it can be reclaimed in certain cases for other activities as well. In other cases, it's used, and it shouldn't be used to build I don't know, various buildings or development projects considering its contamination. So it's something we should know. Now, and I will close with this. This directive is it is a change of mind and a game changer. Why? Because soils get self-standing acknowledgement and protection. So far, we have been not directly regulating soils. We have been improving soils because we needed to deal with water, or we applied some rules in the Common Agricultural Policy and so on. But now we have a reason to protect soils as such. And this is also a reason to tap into existing and future opportunities to improve soil. This will also trigger other opportunities, such as, for example, in some regions we have very rich soils in nutrients, too rich. In other regions of the EU, we have soils which are not rich at all. So maybe this will create a market whereby nutrients can be shifted to, from regions where they cause pollution to regions where this is needed. How to reap the benefits of this intervention? We need to work together, and I think this event, it is an expression of this. I mentioned already, we need to take the soil managers on board, and I think the interventions from the soil ambassadors last evening was crucial to drive the point home that we need to work with them. We need to convince them. People, farmers in particular, do not like that Brussels or whomever else who is not a farmer comes and tells them how to manage their soils. But we know that there are certain solutions. I mean, they know a lot about their soils. Obviously, they have been working, and they are working with this every day. But there are aspects they don't know about it, and the science can help them a lot. And our job is to help them on that, convince them of that. So we need to advance carefully but steadily. We should admit that we do not know everything, and I think parts of this intervention, it is an admission in this sense that we need to develop certain points. We cannot draw conclusions at this stage, but if we work well together, we'll be able to draw these conclusions in the future, maybe on the PFAS, maybe on other emerging pollutants and biodiversity in soil and so on. And again, Mission Soil and similar programs such as that one will be of great help. So we need to make it work. It's a very flexible and atypical piece of environmental legislation, which means two things. It can be either a great success if we manage to work together to push it, or it would remain a nice concept on paper because of the flexibilities that just mentioned. But and we are very optimistic also with this event, but not only, that there are a lot of convinced people of the fact that we need to act so that this first option will be made reality and we can make it a great success. Thank you.
Jan, thank you so much. Thank you. I have to say that really sums up so many different things as well, doesn't it? It could be an absolute great success, or it could be a nice concept on paper. So I think definitely, everyone in this room wants it to be a great success. There are a lot of questions for both you and Henri. What I'll do is I'll save those for the discussion that we're going to have later, because I think it would be really interesting to hear your views, particularly with other people on stage, where we can get into that a little bit more. So we'll save those questions for later. I think what is, painfully clear for us all is that there are so many stakeholders involved here. Stakeholders that have to be on the same page and working forward. So what we're going to do now is look at how we understand different points of view, how we accommodate different points of view, and how we engage all the different stakeholders to enable those transitions so that the concept doesn't remain a nice concept on paper, but it then becomes a great success. So what needs to be done now? I'm absolutely delighted to welcome on stage our keynote speaker to take us through this one. Please welcome the Head of Department of Agroecology at Aarhus University, Professor Jørgen Olsen. Professor, thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll try to complicate things a bit. Does this work? No. Next slide, please. Yeah, thanks. You all know, of course, all of the many challenges that we are facing, and here we are focusing, of course, on soil, which is much about the sustainability of our resource base, of course, but that's not the only thing. We also have other types of environmental degradation. Climate change is here, and it's here to stay, getting worse even. We also are facing increasingly loss of biodiversity. Looking at the overall picture, we're also talking about the sort of One Health concept, where soils is, of course, part of this, but we've got other aspects also to health, the planetary, the human health, and so on, all interlinked somehow. On top of that, we're increasingly seeing shocks and disruptions. Climate change being one of them, affecting value chains also in the food sector. But geopolitics as well is increasingly affecting things. So supply chains are being threatened, calling for more resilience. Also in the context of European food production systems. That's not the only challenge. We also have issues when it comes to the food system as such, including differences among different socioeconomic groups when it comes to food insecurity, but also to the diets and the quality and healthiness of this. So that is maybe some of the background of what we have at the sort of societal level. But moving to what we're talking about here, the land use, Land is not only, as we also heard, for food production, it serves many, many different purposes. And we are increasingly seeing conflicts around the use of that land because we want to, as humans and human societies, of course, to use that land for many different purposes, and often, as we also heard from the Ministry of the Green Tripartite, for more land than we actually have. So that issue that then comes to the multifunctional use of land, where you devote the same piece of land to a range of different functions, that will increasingly become necessary. We should also acknowledge that Europe is a very diverse place. We have many, many different farming systems, we have different soils, we have different climates. We also have different competitiveness of the systems and different business models. So when we look at dealing with this, we also need to acknowledge that in the dialogue. And of course, changes next slide, please. The changes in land use and management is critical, of course, to achieving a more sustainable and sort of healthy society when it comes to the management of these many different challenges that we have. It's about the landscape structure. So we also heard from the Green Tripartite that they are looking very much into this. But it's also about the function and the management, and what we've heard here also yesterday when managing the soil health. There are many different approaches to this. It often needs to be tailored to local conditions. And on top of that, of course, you need to have the governance in place that incentivizes this. And it needs to meet many, many different challenges, as you've seen here. I did not mention the soil health there because that sort of is part of many of those aspects that we have here. Those are political goals, they are societal needs, and the land use and management needs to, in many places, deliver on that. Next slide, please. Now looking at how is the progress on this? We have policies in place, or at least strategies, such as the EU Farm to Fork strategy, which has very high and useful ambitions. Well, I think we should also recognize it's very slow to deliver. An example, right? So the Commission, for good reasons, put forward the regulation on the sustainable use of pesticides. Eventually, it was withdrawn. And then we can start thinking about, okay, why was that not possible? I'll give my reflections, and may not be the complete truth. I'm sure also some of the actors might have different perspectives on this. But seen from my side, I mean, we face a number of login mechanisms in our current systems that also applies to the agri-food system. They are self-reinforcing feedback loops that end up maintaining the current development pathways. Difficult to get out of. There are different login categories. Some are the material ones, such as supply chains and financial setups and so on. Institutional, also related to the governmental regulations and so on, also fixed. Behavioral, humans are typically risk adverse, right? So it's difficult to think if you run new risks, at least you need to be covered somehow for this. There are also discursive logins in our mindsets, having difficulties in changing. And if we look at that regulation on the sustainable use of pesticide that aimed at reducing pesticide use by 50%, if you look at the material ones there, the login, it in some cases we don't have alternatives. Or at least we don't have alternatives that are easily applicable, such as the pesticides are. It's more complicated, difficult to apply. Institutional. Many European countries don't have a working agricultural advisory that could help in implementing a non-pesticide-based approach. They depend on the agrochemical companies. Behavioral. This is about the risks, and farmers would see that not having those pesticides would form a risk. And in many cases, pesticides are used also as a preventive measure rather than the curative. Discursive, it's sometimes also in the mindset of farmers and others, a lack of trust in alternatives. All of those login mechanisms were there, and I think they were one of the main reasons why not changing. Yeah, the next one was the cause of the logins identified by experts. There's some main categories. We asked a number of experts across Europe on what they thought about the lack of process here. And they identified a number of login mechanisms. Some on the governance and policy fragmentation, some on behavioral and dietary challenges, some on accountability and environmental degradation, and this is also where the soil health aspects came in. Politics and market dynamics are also relatively important. And just down at the bottom there, disruption and unpredictability was a minor component. The really important message here, I think, is that it's not one thing that is actually hindering this. There are many causes here, and they need to be addressed. Next slide, please. So if we're looking at overcoming many of these, and also in the agri-food system, it does need the involvement of actors, a coordinated effort across value chains and land uses, so requiring the relevant actors to be included here. Of course, that means that you need to have a common understanding, or at least a common perspective on critical elements such as the sustainability at both local and global and local scales, but also considering how can we build business models that not only look at how it should be, but also the transition process. With colleagues, we came up with 5 priorities that actually we think could help in unlocking the situation. Much of that, of course, is to prioritize that we consider sustainable, healthy foods as an important one, that we also have the stakeholder engagement in an honest way that also addresses the resistance that is there to change, and governance that account for transparency and for the various issues that we have. We should also value the diversity of the European agri-food systems and looking at prioritizing common goods in our mindsets. Next slide, please. I'll just give you a couple of examples. You heard that this green tripartite or this Green Deal in Denmark previously, so I won't go through it. But just maybe mention why could that deal be done? Because if such deals and such major changes require some enabling conditions. The enabling conditions I think that we had here was that many of the actors there considered, okay, this is the opportunity that we have. and the alternative is worse. So you're in a crisis, basically. We have an environmental crisis when it comes to the pollution of the marine environment. We have a legislation on climate that could not be met without substantial reductions in emissions. So, on top of that, it was agreed that this should also be handled at the local level. So with these 23 local groups organized along watersheds, much of that was already in place, at least with the actors being able to organize themselves. The mindsets were also getting in place because there had been discussions around this for decades, and also with a public engagement in this, also affecting farmers and motivating them to engage. Another one that I just briefly mentioned is the pesticide taxation. It's actually also a success story. We've been able to reduce the pesticide use in Denmark, with almost 50%, so actually meeting the strategy that never happened at the European level. That also was possible because of an engagement between the many different actors that we had. Next slide, please. So this requires, could you have the next slide? Yep. This requires a multi-stakeholder engagement because we are dealing with wicked problems. There are no individual easy solution, although many may claim they have a solution. Often there is not. We're talking about complicated things. They need to be managed. And the way to manage this is to engage stakeholders. The problem here often is that there is resistance to that engagement, often within the corporate parts of things, which can end up in industry then, sidetracking a bit, maybe going for sustainability standards that don't necessarily really deliver, or at least not at the broader scale of the land use and the management. Next slide, please. Yeah, and this is my last one. Because to enable part of this at least, we have the Living Lab facility. I think we need to make much better use of this. It does enable co-creation also at the local scale, driving things forward with something that actually works locally and delivers on many of the targets that is possible there. It's also a way to develop some of these business models that are really needed if we are to drive the transition, and also empowering those stakeholders that are involved. If properly used, they may actually help overcome many of those logins. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you. Absolutely, avoiding those lock-ins, and some really interesting points that we saw up there, particularly about how to embrace diversity as well, diversity of different landscapes when we are looking at those multifunctional landscapes. What we're going to do now is delve deeper into everything that we have heard and try and get through as many of your points and your questions and your opinions as possible. So remember, you can use Slido for your questions. If you need to refresh it, then please go ahead and refresh. We will try and get through as many of your points as possible because I know there have been a lot. If you do need to refresh it, there's the QR code for you. And if you're watching us online, hold your phone up to that QR code. You should be able to use it exactly the same as everyone here in the room, and we will see your comments as well. Incidentally, if you are watching us online submitting questions, say where you're from. You don't have to give a name, but do say where you are from, because it's lovely to hear where you are. So let's get into this one. Let's go from division to dialogue and get loads of people here on stage to talk about it. And I'm delighted to welcome our moderator for this one, senior scientist at the Department of Agroecology at Aarhus University, an agri-food systems expert. Please welcome Niels Halberg. Niels, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sasha, and thanks to the previous speakers, and again, also from my side, a heartfelt thanks to the Commission representatives and other honored guests that we have, also from our ministry, and not the least from our Agriculture and Food Organization. We've heard, now you've heard already twice about this green tripartite, the ideas, what's behind it, the history, and so on. This idea of seeing multifunctional land use, Jörn also provided some insights, and I think it's kind of obvious now to you also how soil and soil health is a key factor and is linked to that, both as a condition, but also there will be effects on this. Now, what we want to discuss now is this issue of how having these dialogues. So we heard also yesterday how there were some good examples of a landscape approach, and we learned about how investments also engaging the private sector are necessary and could be instrumental for the long haul on this. But we also heard that in order to reach that point, we need public engagement, we need public investments and incentives to get these processes moving, and the land users engaged as well and having incentives for that. And that sounds very nice and easy. Let's have these dialogues and everybody will agree. Is it that easy when it comes to, we have to also acknowledge there are different interests. All these multi-objectives that we have, there are different interests, and that's only natural. So, there are people and there are stakeholders, and what we want to try to do now, the idea of this first panel is to see where do we have good experiences. So how can we, in unfolding the Danish ambitions and the green tripartite, what can we learn from the European experiences, and how can we contribute to this European, is this objective that we have here with the new ministry and so on, widely supported in Parliament. Does that ring a bell elsewhere in Europe? And to have that discussion, I'm delighted to welcome two Danish representatives who've been deeply involved in this process. So we have Christian Høgh Andersen, who is Vice Chair of the Danish. Please come to the, I think the whole panel can please come to the hall. And so besides being Vice Chair of the Danish Agricultural Organization, Christian is also Vice President of Copa Cogeca, the European umbrella organization, and therefore very competent in discussing these perspectives. We have Flemming Kofod, who is from the Danish Nature Conservation Organization and directly involved in one of these local tripartites that you saw on the map. And we have again Jon Godesco to help us discuss this from an EU level. And we have Henriette Christensen, please join us, from Agroecology Europe, also with many years of European experience. And we have the Vice President from INRA, Thierry Caquet, and with a lot of experience also in soil research, and an overview of that from that position of one of Europe's largest agricultural and environmental research organizations. So the main question is to learn about this, and we'll have ample opportunities to discuss with the panel. But first, I've asked each of them to give like a 3-4 minute of your take to this overall question. So, Christian, please, could I ask you to start?
Thank you. And thanks a lot for the invitation. It's a pleasure being here. First and foremost, I'm a Danish family farmer, fourth generation on a farm southeast in Denmark. It's approximately 3 hours from here. And we have had the opportunity to join the Green Tripart Agreement because I don't think we had any alternative. So we decided in the Danish food and agriculture system to join the tripartite. We wanted to be a part of the solution to have a more robust and resilient farming industry in Denmark going forward. And the aim was to ensure that we reduce the climate footprint, improve environment, and provide more space for nature and biodiversity while maintaining a strong and competitive farm and food industry. The tripartite set the stage for a new approach on farmland. We were used to have a regulatory regime. Now we are going to a new regime where we can do more things in a multiple way, so we can secure that the farming industry will be robust going forward. And the thing was that it had to be based on local solutions. It is a bottom-up process. I'm also often in Brussels, and the top-down process is very difficult to implement for the farming industry. We want the things to grow from the ground. So when we have local actors working together, like our Society for the Danish Conservation, it works a lot better because we have the local knowledge in our projects. During the 5 months through the negotiations, they were very intense, and we had a lot of discussions in the Danish Agriculture and Food Council. It was hard discussions we had with both the companies representing the farmers, all our stakeholders, to make sure we had the backing for this agreement. And that's why we succeeded, because we have had the backing from all our cooperatives and from the farmers. And the formation of the 23 local committees, the local tripartites, where we had the local actors working together, that was really a thing that worked, and it has been working, and I think we are almost in place with all the local tripartites having made the potential maps for the whole country. But giving the local community the responsibility for the planning, that is what creates a going forward possibility to make a healthy and robust production and save more nature in Denmark for the purpose of the whole society. Thank you. I will start with that.
I think you can just speak, Flemming. It should be open.
Yeah, I come from the Danish Conservation Association, and we have decided to work together with agriculture towards a common goal of more nature and better nature, despite of our different views on nature, but with a common understanding of the problems that we are in now. We have seen dead marine waters around Denmark, so the inland waters are suffering from excess amounts of nutrients from agriculture runoff, and it requires action. We want the wildlife and the fish back in our open waters and clean groundwater without pesticides. The Green Tripartite is an agreement between government, agriculture, environmental organization and municipalities. And what is very important, it is supported by big budgets. So it's not only hot air. So the agreement is aims is to transform Danish agriculture and land in order to achieve a greener Denmark by reducing nitrogen emissions and greenhouse gassing. This will be done by converting agriculture land to forest and wetlands through voluntary agreement and subsidy schemes, and means of actions by choice of crops and soil treatment. We know that if you grow corn, there's a lot of nitrogen waste to the environment, and if you grow grass, there's much less. That's just an example. So all in all, we want to improve the aquatic environment, we want to reduce the greenhouse gases, and we want more nature and biodiversity.
Good, thank you. So, Jon, let's give a hand for... And the fact that you two organizations are now going hand in hand at the landscape level, for me, being in this business for so many decades, that's a very encouraging development. But Jon, can I ask you, I mean, you have a broader portfolio than the soils, all respect for the soil mission, or for the soil monitoring law, and congratulations. But from your wider portfolio in DG&ME, how does this sound? How does this look from an EU perspective? Is this...
The short answer is it looks extremely promising and positive. Well, unfortunately, it's one of the few examples of such broad agreements that we have in the EU, and I think we need it everywhere. As you mentioned, Niels, I have a few hats. One of them is forests, and I participated and I recognized the permanent state secretary. She also participated to this meeting of forest directors. I think it was 3 weeks ago in Copenhagen. And they brought us to, I don't remember the name of the site, Roskilde, does it? Say something not very far away from Copenhagen, and there this was an example actually of this arrangement, social arrangement at work. And basically what they were doing is an afforestation program with the local municipality, I think with some farmers as well, with the authorities. But I was puzzled a bit to see that representatives of the water company were there. And I asked why, what is happening, and the reply was that they were very much interested because that area, the aquifer in that area, provides part of the Copenhagen with the drinking water. And it was too much polluted with nitrogen, with nitrates, and also I think pesticides from agriculture. So they did have an interest to reduce this type of activity in order to be able to spend less on and make it also more simple to clean the water for that. So we see the links and also the benefits for other sectors as well. At the same time, we should be aware that, each of us are eating. We are getting this food from somewhere, from farming, from the ground. So we need that. That's critical. On the other hand, we need water. We need clean water. We also need nature, not only for the sake of nature. That's also important to have recreational purposes and so on, forests around the cities. But we also need nature for agriculture. We have the pollinators, which are essential, and so on. So I think I will wrap up with this. We need to acknowledge the needs that we have and that they are interlinked and that we also need each other. I also need to acknowledge the wicked problems that the professor was mentioning earlier. And also maybe that sometimes the solutions are not so easy, but together we can find the right balance. And even if we cannot find the solution immediately the next day, working together, it's possible to find something.
Thank you. And I think that's a very relevant comment. And I mean, personally, I think many of you can agree that we've seen these problems over many, many years now. And I personally know, and I've seen professionally, many farmers trying to accommodate these changed experiences from society. And a lot of the challenges are what Jørn described as the lock-ins. It's not easy. There are value chains, there are technologies, there are investments that are locking farmers into something. And now, with this new tripartite, we certainly still want a good, efficient, and renewed food production. And so we need to help also the farming community and the next generation of farmers to find their role in this and so on. So Henriette, could I ask you, as representative of one, let's say, organization that has for many years tried to develop also and support alternative farming methods under the agroecology head, how do you see this? Is there help there? We need, as scientists and advisors and so on, work with the farming community to find their new place under this multifunctional landscape. How do you see, what can we contribute under that hat that you represent?
I would start maybe by thanking the two, because I think it's fantastic, the tripartite agreement. I personally benefited from it because I have a tiny house outside Copenhagen, and I already received a letter 3 months ago saying that on the cultivated fields around, they will grow a forest. So thank you. I mean, it's thanks to you that this is happening. I work for Agroecology Europe. I'm a Brussels-based NGO. And in January 2024, von der Leyen, she also did a similar, she started a strategic dialogue. She also spoke to partners. So for 7 months, we also sit around the table, and in the end, we come up with what was called the strategic dialogue for the future of EU farming. So Henry spoke about it later on, that there was a vision, and that feeded in the strategic dialogue was very much inspiration for the vision that was made. So also in Brussels, we have this dialogue where we are exchanging with other people. I think especially in the Danish model, there are 3 things which are interesting. It's the, what did he call it? The constant mediation that the Ministry of Agriculture is going to do. They have made a ministry and a minister. And I think especially the 23 local groups are very interesting. So I think you can inspire us a lot. But where you maybe can get help from other countries is maybe in how to do multifunctional agriculture. I mean, in Denmark, I have a feeling that we keep on relying on the same model, more export, more technology, and this is probably in the current geopolitical situation, I would not say that is the smartest thing to do. So maybe you also need to learn from Sweden and Finland, for instance, who have started preparing this preparedness. So actually, Henry, I was a little surprised. I heard a lot about competitiveness, but in Brussels we are talking about 3 different big topics, and one of them is also preparedness. So Finland and Sweden has made preparedness and talk more about self-sufficiency. So here we can also learn more about policy reflections on how this is being done.
Okay. Yeah, well,
thanks.
So, and then finally, Thierry, from you, I personally have always been very impressed by INRA as a really large and visionary research institution since I did my PhD with you at part of it in the 1990s. But so from that perspective, how do you see these dialogue processes? Now INRA has turned from an agricultural research institute to also including the environmental research. How do you see this whole unfolding, the dialogue and so on?
Thank you, Niels, for this very interesting question. We have only 3 to 4 minutes, so I will be brief, but we can come back later on some domains. I've been working at INRA for more than 20 years now, and I'm come from the ecology division. I'm an ecologist about training, and we try to improve our vision of what may be the agricultures of the future as agriculture, because for us there is no unique model of agriculture, as it was said. Europe is very diverse, so we need a diversity of agricultural model. And also we need to have in our vision to include the main challenges of today and tomorrow, which are climate change, of course, not opposing adaptation to climate change mitigation, and also the question of the sustainable development of agriculture. And in this domain, we are supporting science policy and putting a science advice to policy, trying to improve the dialogue between the different components of society with a support for our ministries, agriculture, environment, research, but also a support to the EU Commission. And from the experience I've got from these different dialogue, I think that something which is striking is that the most efficient dialogue and the improvement we see in the field comes from local initiatives. It works quite well in different regions in France. It works quite well with natural or regional parks, which are involved with farmers in the frame of Natura 2000 framework, for example. There are some success, some improvement. When the decision comes from the state, they may organize, and we'll perhaps come back to this, a huge dialogue between partners, I mean farmers and business, trade organization, and so on, also citizens and the local authorities. There are a huge declaration. We want to reduce by 50% the pesticides in 6 years, for example. But when you see the results afterwards, there is a big gap between what was decided and announced and the final results. And one of the key for me between this decision, this declaration, and the final results is that everybody around the table is honest, but everybody has some agreement and disagreement on the main problems and the main way to solve these problems. Just an example. If you go in the street, ask people, what do you think about farmers? Most of European citizens love their farmers. They said they are here to feed us. It's okay. We need to provide them a decent revenue. We need to eat locally. That's the way of citizens when you see all the opinion survey. But when it comes to the price of food, they say, oh, okay, the price of food is too high, so we need to lower the price of food. And maybe we need to be more, let's say, more stringent on environmental impacts of agriculture, of animals' health and welfare, and so on. So there come to be some disagreement. And one of the locking that was mentioned by Jörg Olsen, but this problem of this cognitive dissonance we all have in mind. It's not a problem unless we do not recognize that we have it. And once you go a step further, then we can discuss and share different opinions and come to an agreement, which is not a consensus. Consensus doesn't mean to be to agree on every different point, but to recognize the difference and to find somewhere we can go together in the wrong direction.
Yeah. I think that's a good point. So at least start by a joint understanding of the problematic situation. And that's why I'd like to return to you, Christian, later to Fleming. So let us know this first year of these, let's call it the first year of the real on-the-ground tripartite unfolding. Has that created, from your point of view, a better joint understanding? Also, I want to say, I really think, and I've said to you before, it was really brave to take that. You would have met also critics in your own backyard for engaging so actively in trying to. So has it been worthwhile so far? Do you feel that there is also an understanding of the future role of agriculture among the other stakeholders? And how do you react then to the comments that have been given by?
I think you all have to know that I'm standing on the shoulders of my ancestors. I'm the fourth generation. I have to bring my farm into the next generations. Yeah. So we all have a common goal to make a robust and resilient farming business. Yeah. And the farmers in Denmark, some of them will get quite hard hit by this. But we have had some good discussions. We know as in the council that we have to go in this direction to have the limits to produce in Denmark going forward. But we also know that this is the right direction. And then, of course, you can say a lot about the farmers, but I think in Denmark we are quite innovative. We want to be part of the future. Mm. We are innovative in our mindset, and we want to have healthy soils.
And do you find now that this understanding has been better, or this
Of course.
Has been better appreciated now by the other interests, other stakeholders, and from nature conservation to the government?
The agreement is a compromise. That's how it is. But we have all of us have moved together to find a good solution. So it's not perfect for us, but we can live with it. And we see a good purpose for it going forward. And of course we can improve it.
Yeah.
But we also need some legislation from Brussels. We have been waiting 10 years for the new NGGs. Hopefully they will succeed being approved next week.
You have, you can direct that to...
And we do not have any biochemical solutions in Denmark.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many years we will have to wait for them, but that's a big issue.
Yeah.
And I'm very happy that Henry is talking about innovation, but we need to go in that direction.
Yeah.
I will not pollute the groundwater underneath my farm. Why should I?
No.
That's not my purpose.
Yeah.
But I need new products to be able to have the big production.
Yeah. So, Flemming, do you see a better understanding? Has the dialogue produced some improved co-understanding of the challenges?
Yes. Is it on?
Yeah, you just...
Okay. What we have experienced in our local tripartite Nissum Fjord is that farmers, they are not fighting for all their land. The more wetland, the fields around the rivers and the lakes, which are less productive and more difficult to handle, there's a big readiness to engage in more nature. So in our situation, where we have a lot of rivers and a lot of broad river valleys, it has been relatively without problems to find the areas that we need for the goal.
Okay. So a first step points.
Yeah.
Gives positive experiences to build.
And also, I also have a background in agriculture. This is a relatively young man. So the new generation of farmers are more in line with the ideas of not polluting. Yeah. There was a lot of resistance for 30 years ago when there was a law that you could not spray pesticides without having a certificate. Now it's totally accepted that you have to have the skills for using pesticides. So
things are moving, as I said. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. So thanks for that. So I have loads of questions for you guys, but I think now it's time to turn to the audience, and Sasha is kind of our voice of you, the audience today.
Absolutely.
So please bring it on.
Yeah, so many questions. Thank you. Are you ready for all of these? So what I've tried to do, and thank you for everyone online who's also sending questions, and thanks for putting your country next to them as well. What I've got, Niels, is 2 blocks of questions. Do you want to start with the Danish system or the overarching law and policies? What would you like to? What do you think first?
Maybe move to the overarching to ensure
yeah,
we wanted to have this combination of the Danish-European perspectives.
Absolutely, because there's a lot on Denmark as well. So after soil monitoring, isn't it time to start monitoring EU food security in a comprehensive way? I think that's really interesting. So where do you go from now? I know you've only just finished this one.
Yeah, that's well. That's you're looking at me. Indeed, that's a good question. I mean, soil monitoring is monitoring at the broader level. I mentioned the soil units, but the big question is what is happening at farm level. And I think, well, the colleagues in DG Agri are looking at this in the context of the new CAP. We're discussing the new benchmarking system, but it is extremely important to understand better the impact of our policies and also where we want to go at farm level. So yeah, we are not yet there, but it's something that we need to know. Also, this type of agreements, new measures that are being taken, reductions in the use of I don't know what substances, what impact they produce. It's a negative one, it is a positive one. Also, what's the cost of that? So these are very, very relevant questions to which, for the moment, we don't have a complete answer. We have a bit of it. We also will have some answers, I think, through the soil monitoring, if we do something also at the farm level. But yeah, we need much more than that.
Christian, go.
To convince the farmers, we need to show them the potential. That means we need to have data. What is the difference if we have more healthier soils? And then at the end, we can put the price on the products in the market, so the consumers, they just have to pay a higher price if we want to have the green transition. Prices for food will raise in Europe if we want to make the green transition. That's how it is. Yeah. So but we have to prove the potential to the farmers.
Henriette, I think you want to comment on that one as well.
So brief comments, please, to this. Yeah.
I want to take it a little bit back to Brussels, because this is where I'm coming from. So I think it's also important to highlight that the strategic dialogue was not a left alone dialogue. It has been followed by many other new dialogues that's happening. So the Commission, especially Commissioner Hansen, is making dialogues on implementation of the CAP. He's making dialogues on use policies. He's making what is called the EPAF. We are also a member of all these committees. And very shortly in December, there will be a new dialogue on food. So maybe this is where we should all join and try to do this together.
No, and it's true, as we saw. I mean, there's a lot of lock-ins at the food system level. Whether that can be solved from Brussels, we don't know, but at least it needs to go into the dialogue.
We will comment about Brussels' importance. Just to mention that we're talking about monitoring the health of the soil at a given moment, but it's the dynamics that counts, and to see what the new practices, the improved practices may improve soil health. It's beneficial for the farmers. Their capital will increase the value of the land. So we need to have this in mind, that it's only a starting point, and that food security is tightly connected to the way we will be able to improve the quality, the health, of soils in the future. And for this, we need proof of concept. And it was mentioned that the Living Labs talked yesterday and also this morning, may be the right place to demonstrate that it's feasible, it's affordable, and it brings benefits to the farmers and to the consumers.
There's been a couple of questions about how you use that information from Living Labs and move that on. I know we talked a lot about that yesterday. Should we do a logistical one now, a practical implementation of soil monitoring law? Question that had a lot of ticks next to it, so a lot of people interested in this one. It needs quick financial resources to member states and support in the use of existing financial tools. How will all this happen? Will there be working groups? What support?
That's a long answer. I'll try to make it as short as possible. So yes, financing is extremely important. It should come from different sources. I think some of them, common agricultural policy, were mentioned. There will be sources at national level. But there will also be gains from improving the soil health. I think we have some studies in our impact assessment which show actually, and they have been tested in practice, that in certain conditions, certain cover crops and so on, they can increase the yields of the main crops. But of course, a lot of research needs to go into that, and hence the mission soil to know the right moment, the right combination, and so on. So that's something to be part of the implementation. What is critical is, however, the next period, I think the next 3 years. And yeah, we put a lot of resources on that in the Commission, but also with the member states to make it happen. We have also indeed an expert group whereby we try to collect all the views on this. We'll meet regularly. But yeah, if you have ideas, projects, results, please don't hesitate to come to us as well.
Cool. Just following on from that, and it's slightly moving in a slightly different direction, but when it comes to implementation, And I'm pretty sure everyone on your panel, Niels, will agree with this. But there's a really nice question from Czechia. Thank you very much for sending this one. How do you ensure that the transition, or indeed any implementation, is adding as little paperwork as possible to farmers? Yeah, because farmers are under a lot of stress. There is already a heavy load of reporting. Yeah.
Maybe something very quick on the soil monitoring. There is no paperwork there. I mean, that's an obligation for the monitoring of soil for the member states. It's not for the farmers. For the farmers and in general for the soil managers, we have this support for resilience. So basically, the authorities, in particular, they need to come up with some kind of menus, as in a restaurant, with conclusions for that area, and with possible measures that can be put in place to address erosion, to address salinization, to address, I don't know what, pollution. It's not obligatory for the farmer. So that's why it's extremely important to take them on board, and also mentioning which are the support tools, technical, but also financial, that they can use in order to implement those measures. Otherwise, we cannot go further.
Yeah, and can I just follow up, because that was on my agenda also. I've been following also, like everyone, and I think actually the Article 10 or 11, or whatever we call it, that stipulates that we should actually help farmers, give advice, also engage the research, to actually accommodate the objectives of the soil monitoring law. That was a very wise input from, I think, the Parliament. So could we, speaking again of these multifunctional landscapes, could we imagine a way, I'm also asking Christian, from your Copa-Cocheca position, I know you've been engaged also in discussing the soil monitoring law, so you're well versed in all this. How can we imagine that we use this soil monitoring law not as a new burden, regulatory, administrative burden, pointing fingers at poor soil samples or whatever? How can we use it positively to support the transition into multifunctional land use? Can we see these soil districts that has to be appointed, can they somehow underpin the watershed level or landscape level management? Do you see, Christian, any way as a farmer?
What we do, as I'm a chair of a Danish cooperative called DLF, it's the greatest provider of grass seeds globally. We are having showcases. We do make living labs on the farmland, because that's the way to show farmers you can do it different. It's not, you can't sit behind a desk telling what a farmer should do. You have to do it on the ground. So living labs and showcases at farmers, that works, and it always works.
Yeah.
And that's what we are doing in a tripartite with our colleagues too.
Yeah, and that's a good idea. And could you use the soil monitoring law or something to support those processes and the new measurements there, rather than?
The most important for a seed to grow is you have a proper seed bed. That means you need to have a healthy soil.
Yeah.
It's not that difficult.
Yeah. I don't know if you have a final comment on that, Jon, on the, or you have, Flemming?
To reach the goal, of course, we think that it has to be as easy as possible with less administration burden, but also you can say that a farmer can grow wheat, can produce meat, but also can produce clean drinking water by protection, or can produce carbon in the soil. So you can look on the farmer's production in a variety of ways. So he's paid for the meat and for the carbon. That could be a model, a very simple model that can be applied in a spreadsheet or whatever.
Yeah, but given a few other circumstances.
It has to be simple to be realized.
Just to elaborate on this, I fully agree with you. And we have the example of the payment for environmental services, which is among the cap. But one of the questions is the money put on this, the national level, sufficient? I have some examples coming from France saying that many farmers, especially in dairy farms, were investing a lot to have this good practices to avoid the pollution of water and so on. But at the end, when they asked for their incentives, there were less money available than the total that was on the table. So it was a problem of a mismatch between the ambition they had, between the ambition that was mentioned by the French government. I'm talking about my own government, but it's not a problem. And finally, some of them said, okay, I try 1 year, 2 years, but if it doesn't change, why should I have more, let's say, time-consuming practices, maybe, without any reward for this? So there is a problem here, but incentives, the way there are, the envelope is designed and distributed. So it's a matter of national political decision, but also to align the decision from Europe to the national eco scheme, for example.
That's a good point. And we have in the next panel actually especially focus the discussion on incentives, and we have the agency to address issues like that. So perhaps, you said there were also questions for this Danish tripartite.
So many questions on the Danish tripartite, but I tell you what, I want you to keep this in your minds, because there's a question that's just come in, basically putting a flag above consumers and talking about the cost of food prices to consumers. So while we're answering the questions on Denmark, I'd just like you to keep that in the back of your mind. I have to say, overwhelmingly, the questions about Denmark was about food production and what will happen. So how do you ensure self-sufficiency of food for your population when you're removing land from production? What is the impact on Danish food production? If you're taking land away, what about the agricultural food production? So many questions. So I don't know who's going to tackle that one first.
I think that's the question first.
In Denmark, we export 75% of the food production. Oh. But looking at a European context, we need to produce in Denmark going forward, not only to ourselves. We are not acting like spoiled kids. So, of course, we will produce for the European market, looking into that some of our colleagues in the South European countries are really facing the climate changes a lot more tougher than we do here. We get more wet, but they get very dry down there, and they do not have a crop for food production. So, of course, we need to produce going forward, but we have to do it more. We produce more with less, and we're getting there. Yesterday, I saw a wheat crop using 20% less nitrogen for the same yield, and it's through science. Yeah. So we will get there.
Was that same yield per acreage hectare? Oh, yeah, okay.
So can I just
please,
before I give I think you said it wisely, that it's not the Danish food security which is at stake here. No, because we export so much, and we use a lot of land to produce feed for pigs and so on that we export anyway. But it is, of course, not irrelevant in a European and in a wider perspective. We heard yesterday also that the increased middle class globally is potentially requesting a lot of livestock, which again puts a pressure on European land use. So this is a wider question than just.
I just wanted to build up on this. I think healthy soil is a win-win. So investing in healthy soil is important also for nature, obviously, for us, but also for agriculture, because it's the main actually, together with water, the main production factor. So we do have an interest in investing in that. We don't have now the time, but I think many in this room know about the benefits of healthy soils for increased yields and so on. Only thinking about the water retention capacity, a healthy soil which acts as a sponge. It is able to withstand this increased droughts or even flooding and so on. So that's something important. However, to get there, we need also investments. And coming back to this big issue about what we should do about it. And public funds are extremely important. We mentioned, I think they are also discussed these 2 days. But there are certain limitations there, be it that we speak about EU budgets or national budgets. But it's also important, I think one of you mentioned this, the carbon certificates. There are ways of bringing into healthy soil, or to obtain healthy soils, private resources. And working on the soil monitoring, we exchange a lot with industry as well. And we've seen a lot of interest from big food industry actors in supporting their own farmers to improve the healthy soils, because they have seen a direct connection between better soils and better products. So therefore, we have this idea. We are working on this, probably you heard, nature credits, which are acting more or less as the carbon credits, carbon certificates, but they look more at nature-positive solutions that, if the farmers, for example, it's not only for the farmers, but if the farmers invest in that, they can get also recognition, but also financial support for what they are doing, you know, with various measures to improve the health of soils and solutions for nature there. And it's a lot of money, which could help this process.
Yeah, that's neat. So could I hear from the agroecology side, how do you see this relation of changing to multifunctional land use and ensuring food?
I think it cannot be done without recognizing that we need to change. We cannot keep business as usual. We have to do it differently. I mean, you have done some interesting conferences last week about plant-based production. I mean, we have to recognize that this is a transition. It needs a transition. So I think we have a long way to go. But I think it's very nice that you keep on, you take the lead, but I really think that we need to do more. I mean, we have to look at more local production. We have to maybe look at what you spoke about, landscape-based approaches. We have to look for something new that we have not been maybe including.
And do we have some rather well-proven examples that this kind of let's say, land sharing type of perhaps reduced intensity can still provide significant outcomes in terms of food from the agroecology perspective?
This you probably know better than me. But what I would maybe like to mention is that, like I said earlier, that both Finland and Sweden, they are now starting to do this preparedness plan. So they are also mapping where our agriculture products, how many products do we have? Do we need to expand? Do we need to, what do we need to do? So we can also, you can even learn from Finland and Sweden.
So short comment from Fleming and then Thierry, and then we need to take another question from the audience, but please.
Some of the areas that has to be taken away from intensive agriculture will be more or less nature. But having high biodiversity, we have to have big grasses, we have to have ruminants to maintain, to create more biodiversity. So we don't say that we take all animals out of the land, but it will be a different nature.
So you're saying that we want agriculture to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, and we re-wet the peat soils, and then we put ruminants on the nature soils?
Not as many, and not in houses, but more natural.
But they'll still emit methane.
But it's not. It's extensive agriculture. It's not intensive.
No, so I just say it's not only with agriculture and environment we have a dicot or let's say conflicting interests. We have it with ourselves.
Just to briefly complement the question about yield and crop and so on. So if the system is stay as it is with the same crops, some varieties, just reducing the inputs of fertilizers and pesticides, probably you will reduce dramatically the yield in some places. But if you consider that innovation is continuing in breeding, new varieties that are more adapted to variable conditions that are less exigent in terms of nitrogen, and also innovation in cropping systems. I don't know in Denmark what the situation, but in some places in France they are testing intercropping, having two crops on the same field and with a small time gap between the two, but we can harvest two crops in the same field, so increase the land equivalent ratio. So you can produce in terms of biomass, not one crop, but the biomass, total biomass produced may be equivalent or even bigger than with the current situation. This debate was very intense when the Green Deal was launched. Our colleagues from USDA area say, okay, Green Deal will bring famine into the world, but it was considering only the current cropping systems. If you improve, you innovate also in the cropping systems.
Yeah.
But you need also to have the value chains after to transform the products and so on. So it's the whole value chain that should evolve. So there are many issues there that we can continue to work at the scientific level, but also with farmers to demonstrate and test and support and de-risk those who are going to this direction, because it's far away from the normal or the current situation, so there's risk there, so we need also to de-risk, and the incentives must also be there to de-risk the transformation.
Like I told, we have a very clever and very good panel here. We cover in less than an hour from the soils to the agri-food system, and we need solutions that are consistent across that. But luckily we have a few more minutes for questions.
Absolutely. So what I suggest is we'll just have one more quick question, and then I'll leave you to get some final thoughts. Incidentally, somebody in the audience is taking you to task on Denmark's export food industry as to for fruit and vegetables rather than meat, but I'm sure that argument will be had later in the break. The question that also keeps coming up is actually what happens to farmers if you are taking land out of agricultural use. So what is happening to those farmers? Are they being paid for the actions that they take? So just very, very briefly, just how is it working?
The land we take out is compensated one-to-one in the model. So we have had a huge funding from the government, and it's important to say that. And I don't know if the rest of the states or member states in Europe have the same budget space as we do have in Denmark. But that's how it worked, and that's the incentive. So the farmers get paid for the land they take out. Okay. So that's why it's working, and that's why we're halfway in taking out the 140,000 hectares of peatland. We're halfway now. We're taking them now. So 70,000 hectares are already on the table. Okay, so that's how it's working. Yeah. Niels, I will let you take the last 5 minutes.
Okay, but thanks for all the questions, and thanks for your enthusiasm in responding to them. So perhaps maybe I'll leave it to one of you, one-on-one. Do you have a question for one of the others? So Henriette, you can start, please.
Yeah, I have a question, because I feel that we have been discussing for 2 days, but we never discussed organic agriculture, actually, or agroecology. I was wondering, are there any of the 23 plants that has specific targets for organic, or?
No, they do not. And I think it's very important to say we will have to have different farming types in Denmark too, going forward. Yeah. Where you have the eco-ecology, so as the frontiers going in that direction, the conventional farmers are looking into regenerative farming now. So we are all moving in that direction, more sustainable. And I just think when I was young, studying in Copenhagen, we all were talking about sustainability. It's just old wine and new bottles. Now we call it different things, but it's the same direction. We need to be more sustainable. Yeah. Call it whatever you like it, and we are going in that direction. But we have different markets to sell the products in.
Okay, Jon and then Flemming.
Okay, I think that organic farming or ecological farming will be promoted where we have protection of drinking water. There are some incentives that goes in this direction. So that will be the more direct answer.
Maybe a quick comment and also a quick question to you. We see the importance of these social agreements, also by comparison to other member states who advanced very much on, let's say, the use of or the pollution by, unfortunately, by nitrogen, by phosphorus, and this has impacts which go beyond the environment. It brings various sectors in conflict with each other. So definitely it's something that needs to be prevented, and it's good that earlier on you managed to have this in place. And hence my question as well. What do you think it would consolidate this agreement in the years to come, and what could do the contrary and dismantle it from your perspective?
It's a new regulation on top of others And that means I think we will see a more consolidated farming business in Denmark. This leads to that the small farmers will be affected by this. It's another administrative burden to the farmers, and then you need more scale to be able to pay and deliver the products. I'm afraid that will happen. I'm quite sure it will happen in Denmark too. That's just the cause of the regulation. Was that your question, or?
The question was about this agreement. You put it in place, and now it's about applying it. But of course, it's not very easy. I mean, it was not very easy to get the agreement. The question is, would you be able to keep it in place? What do you think it would consolidate?
Can the farmers deliver when they have to give off the land?
I'm sure we have to. We have to go the whole way. The big thing is the nitrate we're discussing now on top of the agreement. It's very difficult to fulfill the nitrate directive. But we are not the only member state having problems with that, but we will get there. We will have to get there, and the Danish parliament, they want us to do it, so we will do it. We'll find the solution, I'm quite sure. And we have to succeed with this agreement.
A last question, Jerry.
Not a question, but a comment that what I've heard just a few minutes ago is that we should avoid two things. The first one is to put categories, saying you are that type of farmer or that type of farmers, mentioning agroecology, regenerative agriculture. There are many common points, and one of the risks we have is to put farmers in some categories, some boxes. We love them having this, where are you? So for me, it's something we should avoid. From scientists' perspective, but also, I think, for the public policy perspective. And the second point, based on our experience, is that we really need consistency in public policies. If I take the French experience, we have a lot of discussions about the Grenelle de l'environnement we're talking about. We have the law Egalim, many laws and so on, consultations. But by the end, what's the difference? If there is a clear direction and consistency. And I hope for the Danish that there will be this consistency in Denmark, and you can serve a flagship for Europe on this topic.
Great, thank you. That, I think, was a good note to end, and actually leads to the next panel session after the coffee. I'll leave to you. Can we just give a hand to the very knowledgeable panel?
Really interesting to hear you. Thank you. And yes, Niels will be back with another panel after the break. But also after the break, when we first come back, we have our scientific keynote of the morning, talking about soil management and monitoring as a key factor in actually using that sustainable multifunctional land use. So actually, again, some of the themes that we've already been talking about, bringing that all together. So let's take a break. If you're watching us online, we're going to take just under a half-hour break. So we'll be starting again at 1:45. For those who are new in the room, maybe you'll let everyone else guide you to where coffee is, but it is where it was this morning. So just in the room over that side. So we will see you back here in a little over 25 minutes. Thank you very much. Hello, good morning again, good morning. While you're all coming back into the room, this is just a message for those online joining us. We're going to be starting in literally just a couple of minutes. So if you are with us online, and we have some 600 registered, so thank you for being with us. We're going to start in just a couple of minutes. We're just getting settled here in the room. So be with you in a moment. And if you are coming into the room, if you could just take your seats as quickly as possible, please. Thank you. Thank you, delegates. If you could come in as quickly as possible, please. We have lots of seats down at the front, and we are ready to start. Thank you. Just while we're getting everyone seated, for those who are new in the room today, I hope you now have your PIN badge on. And you found your pencil in your bag to sign the Soil Manifesto. Sign it and pass it on. Oh, and then plant your pencil as well. Delegates, if I could ask you to come into the room as quickly as possible, please. We're going to close the doors at the back now, so come and take your seats, and we'll get started. Thank you. And there are still dozens of people coming in. Let's just have a quick show of hands in the room. Who has just used that time to go outside and enjoy the sunshine? Yes. Absolutely beautiful. And such an incredible campus that the university has here. It's just stunning. So lovely. And indeed, if you are new here today, you will find when we go for lunch, you'll feel like a student again as we walk through the different parts of the university to go to the lunch area. So let's get started then. Thank you very much for joining us for this, our second session. We are obviously concentrating today on healthy soils within a multifunctional landscape. We've heard a lot about the different uses of our landscape and the different demands, the different priorities, the different needs that everyone had. And I thought we had a really interesting conversation here on stage as well about what Denmark is doing. And thank you so much for all your questions and your points of view on that, because there's clearly a lot of discussion to be had there and a lot of discussion as to how we take this whole all of the ideas forward, particularly when we're talking about multifunctional landscapes. So what we're going to do now is look at soil monitoring and soil management as the key factor when it comes to sustainable multifunctional land use. So bringing everything that we've heard together and then bringing in maybe the technology and the need of different actors, different stakeholders, when it comes to monitoring what's going on, monitoring the implementation and indeed the management. So I'm really, really pleased actually to welcome our scientific keynote for this morning, someone who has a great depth of experience in this and a lot to share with you. So delegates, please welcome from Aarhus University, the coordinator of the AI for Soil Health project. Please welcome on stage Professor Mogens Grave. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for letting me share some of our ideas from the project. It's a lot of the things I'm sharing is some conclusion from the AI for Soil Health project. The water and the water we drink and the air we breathe has been protected for decades in the European Union. and also on national legislation. We have the soil has mainly in most member states been unprotected. And as we were told this morning, a lot of our food actually comes directly or indirectly from the soil resources. I think it was beautifully exemplified this morning with the green tripart, because healthy soil is not mentioned once in the green tripart. So we are looking into biodiversity, nitrogen leaching, and protection of water, but we are not looking into the aspect of soil health. In fact, I think it might have the complete opposite effect on soil health. We are taking 500,000 hectares out of production in Denmark. We don't cut down on the animal density, a number of animals in Denmark, so where should the food come from to the animals? So we need to make intensification of the remaining agricultural area if we don't do anything else. So I'm concerned. I'm a sort of a soil health advocate. So from that perspective, I think we actually need to be a little bit careful what we are doing when we if we intensify the agricultural area. There's a EU strategy now where we want to, we have an aspiration of healthy soils in 2050, and I think that's fantastic. And we actually, 2 weeks ago, we had champagne in our soil health group at the campus. And I think it's really a very important first step in achieving our aspiration of healthy soils in the future. The only thing is this might be actually a small snake in paradise here, because as we had with the Water Framework Directive, we have binding goals in the Water Framework Directive, and the binding goals is actually really important, and the binding goals is the main driver of the Danish Green Tripart. I don't know what would have happened if we didn't have these binding goals from the Water Framework Directive. We can only speculate on that. As I said, the soil the soil monitoring law is a very good first activity to achieve our goal. But there are some activities we actually need to do to make healthy soil happening. We need a lot of knowledge and training. If we again look back to the tripart, we had nature, NGOs, we have the agricultural interest organization, we have the government, and none of them actually was even considering soil health during the process of negotiation. So I think we need a lot of training from all elements in society, from citizens to farmers to extension service to politicians, to think about soil health as a part of all our future activities in the landscape. We also need sort of the idea of soil health to be built in the coming legislation, both on European level, but actually also on national level. We know that economy is the main driver for most farmers and for the most farming companies, because to talk about farmers is sort of, I think that's looking back, because farmers as such is farming companies now. They are so big that it's actually small companies who drive the majority of the food production in Europe. So we need to sort of motivate these small companies with economical incentives. And I think the CAP system here is a key to solve this problem. The CAP system has until now, I think, been extremely successful, because we have the CAP system to ensuring production of food in the European Union. And I think we have been, at least to a high degree, successful with that. But it came with a cost now. We have now 90% of agricultural soil, which in one or more of the indicators has passed the threshold of unhealthy soils. The soil mission has been extremely important for creating knowledge on the soil monitoring, and the AI for Soil Health project I'm coordinating is actually, I think, creates very important knowledge, and we are producing our scientific input to community on a number of different ways. We are working with the concept of soil districts, which are actually formulated already in the soil mission law, and we are trying to develop a system, based system, which actually also introduces the concept of soil monitoring units and soil reporting units, where it's actually relevant for local farmers what we get out of this benchmarking, which could be done there. We have been working with the soil monitoring assessment framework, where we can evaluate the different soil health indicators, whether they are suitable for their purpose or not. We have been working with developing new and innovative techniques to measure the soil health indicators in a cheap and easy manner, so it can be actually implemented also on farm level. One of the biggest output of our project is actually creating a pan-European data infrastructure to deliver soil health information across Europe in a 30-meter resolution. It's an enormous task which has been performed mainly by the company participating in the project called Open GeoHub. The last activity we have a lot of outreach and teaching activity also in the project, which has been very important. I'll give you two examples on some of the results we have achieved in the project, which I think is really stands out as quite unique. We just launched what we call a Pan-European Ecodata Cube, where we actually has a collection of pan-European data in 30-meter resolution, where we cover all the primary soil properties across Europe. We are generating a new soil map, also in 30-meter resolution across Europe. We have a lot of new remote sensing indices, tillage index, for example, but also new vegetation indices. This data cube is extremely important because it gives politicians a possibility to follow what's actually going on in Europe. What is the status of the soil health, and do we have a positive or negative development of the soil properties and the soil health indicators? This is one of the examples of one of the grids we have in the Ecodata Cube hosted by Open GeoHub, as I mentioned, and you can now all access this data directly. It's free data, so it's actually available already now for everybody. So I think this is really very important, not only for politicians, but it will also be important for soil managers. They can go in via the app we also have developed to check out what is the status of the soil in our field. How does the soil perform if I compare it to my peers? Same soil type, same land use, same pedoclimatical region. So they have sort of a chance to compare them with their peers. And I think at the moment the uncertainty estimation is quite high here, but as the data from the soil monitoring units starting to flow in the system, the quality of our maps will improve slowly during the course of the time. The second activity is outreach and teaching, and I will mention a Danish project we have called a mass experiment. It's an experiment created together with an entity called Astra under the Danish Ministry of Education. It's the world's largest student science project where we mobilize thousands of students from primary school up to high school. So we develop sort of a teaching videos, teaching material. We send out material to the students, to the schools, how they dig out a small soil profile, how they take soil samples, how they describe color, how they sample rainworms, how they classify rainworms. So it's been really a fantastic project, and we have been mobilized 20,000 students this autumn on this project. Here is just a sample of the classes, the location of the classes in participating in our project, and as you can see, it's spread all over Denmark, and 98% of the Danish municipality is actually represented here in our experiment, so it's really interesting. On the right side of the slide, you can see some of the things they are actually sampling. So they are sampling coordinate, land use, soil structure, soil profile, and they are also describing earthworms. And they're actually sampling, taking picture and sending it to researchers who are then using this for their research later on. We have an extended program for higher classes or people who are students who are very interested in this, and they can then take the samples home to the class and measure pH, soil texture, soil structure, bulk density. And actually they dig out soil samples which they send home to us at the university, where we can actually do our research on soil health coming forward. And we were actually very lucky that we got a big grant from the Paul Due Jensen Foundation to actually do science on this. So we are 3 universities. We are doing eDNA on these samples. We are doing non-targeted screening for pollutants. And we are doing classical soil characteristics of the sample. So it's really interesting, and we are looking forward to trying to use this data in our research. It's quite unique because there's a lot of urban soils here sampled, and we don't have urban soils in our databases. I have 150,000 samples in my soil library, but very few of them is actually from urban areas. So this is going to be really interesting to see, especially what is the soil health status in urban area, which is included as a part of the soil monitoring law. Oh, sorry. We are going for soil health in 2050. And I think it's a fantastic ambition to have, but it also scares me a little bit because it's a very ambitious goal. And Niels is pointing on the clock now. So I think we are actually, we need to speed up in order to change the soil quality until 2050. That's why I actually think we need to look into this Article 11. It's a little bit not as strong as I had hoped for, but anyway, there is an obligation from the member states to train and motivate farmers here. And I think we have to build a system of soil care because monitoring takes time, and we cannot wait until we have the first or second monitoring. We should wait 7 or 15 years to do something on some of the indicators to know whether these indicators are getting better or worse. So I think we need to start now. The soil care system or the soil care activities is also very good for communicating and motivating soil managers, I think. And then it's very easy to control, and it's very easy to incorporate in the CAP system if we have that ambition. What is the soil care? It's actually things we already know. We already know what's good for the soil. We already know what not to do for the soil health. And this is just a list of a lot of things we already know if we want to improve the soil health. As European, but also national agriculture is very different. We don't need to use the same soil care activity everywhere. So here's an example from Denmark where we have classified 2 soil health indicators across Denmark. On the left side, you can see the soil organic carbon status. We have some green areas or normal areas, sort of typical areas in the west where we have all the cattle farming. So the grass associated with cattle farming and all the manure actually elevates the soil organic carbon content. So here we have the green part. We don't need to do anything there with respect to soil organic carbon. But if you look at the right side, we can see we have all these red spots there actually in the west. So here we are above typical for the nitrogen leaching numbers. So here in the west, we know we are good in carbon, but we are bad in nitrogen leaching. So we can pick the element from the soil care activities and implement there where it's relevant. So I think we need to develop this targeted soil care strategy system across Europe. That could be an ambition, I think. So what is the way forward for healthy soils in Europe? I think the soil monitoring law is really a very important first step, and it's very difficult not to be very happy about that. And we have a soil mission which has been very successful, I think, and there's a lot of fantastic research going on there, and that builds on top of the AJP project, which has also been extremely important for generating data. As I mentioned previously, the citizen farmers and NGO engagement is really important, and we need to target these and educate these people to ensure healthy soils in the future. We need to support the soil monitoring law in the future legislation, and we need to develop a system where the sustainable soil management can be supported by the CAP system. And I think there's so much money in the CAP system, so that could actually be the main driver of improving soil health. And then we have very short time. So we need to take care of the soil. Thank you.
Professor, thank you so much. And I have to say, just seeing the pictures of the youth looking into the soil, and actually, who's this?
Yeah, this is a guy from AI for Soil Health. So they're generating all the stuff I was talking about.
Fabulous, loads of people. But as you say, involving the youth, and that was something that came up yesterday when we were asking for ideas of who should be involved more in actually a business model conference. But the word youth kept being used because, of course, you know, they're the young soil ambassadors, aren't they? They are really sort of taking that passion forward. Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you very much. Really interesting. Thank you. So what we're going to do now is we're going to get a whole host of people up on this stage to talk actually more about the policies and the governance at both EU, national and local levels as well. Do you get synergies between those areas? Can those synergies then help us reach goals? So we're going to get into this in a lot more depth. Again, we're going to take your questions. So as soon as you think of something, put it on Slido for me and we'll try and get through as many of them as possible. But let me invite our moderator back on stage. Niels, would you like to come and take over and invite your panelists? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasha. And thank you, Mogens. I'm sure that it was really appreciated by this audience, the soil family, that we got back to the real challenges. And I hope your skepticism that the soils are kind of left in the shades in the multifunctional land use stuff, I hope that we will prove you wrong somehow, but I understand your worries anyway. As I said previously, there seems to be a consensus that we need incentives and also public intervention to move ahead, whether it's to focus on healthier soils or the multifunctional land use. We need some incentives, and that's what we're going to discuss today. What is the toolbox that we have already for the green transition in Denmark, and how does that match and compare to toolboxes in other countries and at the EU level? And you can say there is need both for let's say public regulation support schemes, which we'll hear about, but also this part of the toolbox is that stakeholder engagement, the structured dialogues, and the co-creation. So I'm happy to invite to the panel the Vice Director of the agency, Peter Østergaard Have, and Henri de Lange, you've met previously, from the DG Agri, and then Rainer Baritz from the European Environmental Agency, also an important knowledge provider on this whole aspect. Please come to the stage. And then we have Marie-Louise Bretner, who is representing the Danish local governments, who have actually in their organization set up an office specifically supporting all the municipalities in this green transition processes. So you can give them a hand from the start. And again, I've asked them to prepare 2, 3, 4 minutes to initiate and to take your viewpoint, your perspective on this overall challenge. So I'll ask you first, Peter, please.
Thank you very much. Is this on? Is this on?
Yeah, you just...
Thank you very much, Niels, for inviting me to this incredible conference. And I would like to take you a little bit back to the part we started this day with, where you were all given a thorough presentation of the Danish tripartite agreement. I would like to start my presentation with just some key points on that, because it's very important for this panel discussion here. The agreement mentioned, that you also saw a video of this morning, addresses some of the key challenges for modern agriculture, climate, environment, and biodiversity. It does so by introducing tax on livestock emissions and cultivated peatlands. It sets ambitious targets for peatland restoration and afforestation, and it introduces a new regime for nitrogen regulation. So in that way, it sets out a path for our national and international climate, environmental, and biodiversity obligations. The initiatives in this agreement relies on multifunctionality. That's very important to say. Peatland restoration, it reduces greenhouse gas emissions, we all know that, but it also increases the nitrogen retention and provides more space for biodiversity, all at once. Afforestation, in the same way, provides carbon sinks, reduces nitrogen leaching, and protects drinking water resources, and to some extent also provides space for biodiversity. So the role of my agency, the Agency of Green Transmission, in this context is to implement the elements of the agreement, and to create the needed incentives to participate in this great deal. Meeting the targets of the agreement requires comprehensive conversion of agricultural land to wetland and forest. This requires participation and acceptance from landowners, and participation is voluntary. So the idea is that introducing emission taxes and the revision of national nitrogen regulation will increase incentives to convert agricultural land to nature, wetlands, and forest. But this is supplemented by subsidy schemes for peatland restoration and afforestation. The agency is directly involved in the development of emission taxes and responsible for developing subsidy schemes. At the same time, we are looking to reduce potential barriers for regulation in order to make peatland restoration faster. However, strong incentives are not enough. Acceptance requires engagement, and as we heard before, stakeholder engagement is a very essence of a tripartite agreement. The agreement came to be through collaboration between representatives from all stakeholders. The local conversion plans are carried out with similar collaboration. And landowners owners are directly involved in the actual projects, in some cases through land consolidation, all while their economic losses are compensated. In the agency, we are working at full speed to realize the potential of the agreement, and we will continue to do so towards 2030 and beyond. Thank you.
Thanks. So, there you heard it. It costs us a lot of money. It doesn't come for free, this thing. Anyway, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I think what the Commission can provide is three things. So I think we provide a common framework across the EU, of course. We promote and institutionalize dialogue, and several people have already referred to the importance of that. And then, of course, we back this up with very substantial funding. So about the common framework, so we now have proposals for the next common agricultural policy, and I mentioned it this morning, and other people have referred to it. So these are built on the strategic dialogue, on the future of EU agriculture, and also on the vision for agriculture and food. And they really provide this common framework in terms of a common legislation and common objectives. But at the same time, we have institutionalized the dialogue by leaving much more autonomy to the member states and by asking the member states to produce these plans, and they are called partnership plans, so very appropriate, and they're actually national and regional partnership plans. So inevitably, they will involve very substantial dialogues at different policy levels in the member states, and as well with the Commission, because the Commission will also issue recommendations, and then of course there will be these plans, and then there will be a measure of assessment. And then we back this up with massive financial resources. So I think I've mentioned it several times already. We have this MFF proposal of 2 trillion euros. Within that, we have a ring-fenced budget for agriculture of around 300 billion. And then we have another 450 billion non-ring-fenced, but which can still be very useful for agriculture and forestry and rural areas. And then we have the whole competitiveness compartment with the ECF and with the Next Horizon Europe and with the Innovation Fund. So that's a bit what I want to say. Common framework, institutionalizing dialogue, and the financial resources. Thank you.
Thanks, that's very interesting. Just one question for clarification, actually, because I think it's interesting to see those two funding streams. The cap is the cap. There will be the usual negotiations of how much is aerial payment, how much will be tied up to requirements and so on. But then there's this other. So this other, could you maybe out of your head give one at least theoretical example? How could these other funds, structural funds, whatever they are, how could they be conducive to these processes of negotiating and supporting, incentivizing multifunctional land use transformation?
Yeah, so these are all the funds that, for instance, go to services for rural areas or infrastructures or investments, for instance, in bioeconomy, all kinds of investments that do not relate directly to the CAP, but can still benefit the broader agri-food community, so to say. That is the idea. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I shouldn't take all the time. My mind is already boggling with how that could be. We can come back to that, perhaps. It's interesting, I think. It's another incentive scheme that we may not usually think of as part of this. It's interesting, also from a soil health perspective, maybe. So, but please, can you see how does all of this link up from the bottom up?
From the bottom up?
Of the municipalities?
Peter already mentioned a lot of things that's in the tri-party. I'm going to try and view it from the local level. The municipalities, which I'm from the organization of municipalities, we all participate in the tri-parties, and we have the planning authorities and the open land. So everything that's been going on in the tri-party has already been going on. We've already been trying to take out peatlands. We've already tried to reduce nitrogen leachage in the with wetlands. But now we have another setup. We have this setup where the national organizations have agreed that this is the way forward, that it's a new paradigm. We are going to reduce CO2 and nitrogen loss through taking out agricultural land. And we've agreed that it's going to be handled at a watershed level. So these 23 local tri-parties are the major watersheds. So here we negotiate which land has potential to reach our goals. So what I'm about to say also in conjunction with this soil monitoring law, what's been needed in Denmark has been very strong political pressure. And it's also been the political level that set the goals, the ultimate goals. It's been the organizations that negotiated how do we go about reaching the goals. And it's been the municipalities sitting at the end of the table in the local tri-parties. Yeah. And I think that's really relieved everyone to try and go into the work with the aim of success, because all the local farm organizations, all the local NGOs, green NGOs, have been set free. This is what you're going to aim for. You're not here to be strongly on, we're not going to do anything. We're here to reach a common goal. So that's very important. And then I would like to comment to Peter that the municipalities have taken on this assignment because there's also something new for the municipalities in this. And the new thing is that we actually have a ministry that's focusing on helping us and facilitating that we actually achieve our goals, because the municipalities have often tried the regime where we get regulations and then we need to implement, go do. And ever so often the regulations doesn't fit with the reality. So we are left with a regulation that actually is very hard or maybe impossible to implement. But here we've had the state at the table the whole time. We are in monthly, weekly, I don't know, constant dialogue. And there is this spirit of co-creation, maybe not in the sense of the scientific understanding of the word, but we are actually, our success is the ministry's success and vice versa. And it's not always been that way. So I'm very hopeful.
No, I think that's an important issue, actually, an important point to understand that this is not simply a hierarchical system from a government through an agency, and then you are the extended, let's say, actors. You're a stakeholder. The communes and municipalities in this respect, you also have a role as a stakeholder, because municipalities, some of them are very dependent on agriculture, for example. Others have large groups that needs more recreation, so you also have that role. So, and you're also the ones who have the hand on the cooking plate, because you're ultimately responsible for achieving these plans that are then to be endorsed by each municipality, am I right? Yes. So how is, in short, from your perspective of that organization, what's the experience so far? Have these players we saw in the previous panel, did they actually talk together and constructively work with the stakeholders, municipalities, to create those plans? Are they there now?
Yes. Practically all 3 watersheds or local tripartites have finished their plan sets. They're all reaching their goals. It's been the word from the local tripartites is that they're very glad to have been working together. That's been a good spirit of cooperation. And that's what I meant with being set free by the national level organization, actually saying this is where we're going, this is what we're doing. So you don't have to go in there with that mandate of I should just try and keep the horses, I should not. So that's been very positive. And yes, I think actually there's also farmers' consultancies coming into the tri-parties, telling about opportunities, and the farmer consultancies also go out to the individual farmers, telling them about possibilities. And I think this setup has really, then when we come out and ask the farmer, do you want to come into a project? It will be, maybe he won't, maybe it's not for him, but it won't be it won't be like just dismissed with the, oh, it's that EU thing, kind of, or it's the big state coming,
Which we usually do, huh?
Take my property, or it's, it's those people from the municipalities, they never know anything. So it's
a change of
there's a respect that actually knowledgeable, reasonable people sitting in the local triparties have pointed out my land as an opportunity for projects.
So that's a change, I would say.
That's a change. Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to that. So, Rainer, the European Environment Agency is more specialist on soil, but in the capacity of the institution, and I'm one of those who've actually every 5 years appreciated this environmental outlook, which used to be a thick Bible like this, but is now on the web, of course. And the way the EEA has actually, from a systems perspective, actually aggregated knowledge to say these things need to be handled together. How do you see this Danish tripartite, and what's the perspective of EEA on all this?
Yeah, thank you for introducing the agency. From the introduction, you can conclude that we inform about problems more than about solutions. And I came here prepared to give you statistics from the latest reporting about habitat condition and surface water condition and soil condition. So you're aware of all these figures. But I'm very happy to be invited to this 2-day Soil Mission Week and to this event, particularly to witness solutions. No? And so the tripartite agreement is definitely one of them. The Soil Mission projects also, but I'd like to highlight for me the 3 ambassadors last night. They presented visions and action where I think where we have a gap in the governance. So since this is about policies and governance, for me to see activities like this and a successful outreach to practitioners, that's really amazing. When I look at what we currently, let's say, do on the EU level, but also our agency also looks at the neighbors, so we have a larger network of national experts that we work with. We measure the condition of our environment, but then on the other hand, and in our case would be a focus on soil, but then on the other hand, when we look at land use statistics, they don't look that bad. So we do have evidence that over the series of environmental measures under the caps, there is an increasing proportion of sustainable practice. Maybe more on grassland rather than on intensively managed croplands. But this trend is there, but we cannot measure it. We don't have the evidence how that impacts soil condition, because we have an increase in cadmium, we have an increase in copper, we have increases in zinc. When we look into human biomonitoring results, we have a footprint of pesticides in sensible population. So the statistics that we get from monitoring do not indicate, are not connected to what's really happening. And so the soil monitoring law, in our opinion, has a huge opportunity to bridge that gap of information and bring information at the level where practitioner tailor-made data are necessary. And yes, with EU-wide monitoring instruments, we can go into super high resolutions nowadays, but that doesn't mean that practitioners who have to do complex decisions have the information available that they need. And I'm targeting one last aspect of my short intervention, and this is about the thresholds. So this monitoring law is not about trend only. It's about giving information where the conditions of soil is impacting soil functions and ecosystem services. And for me, that is the tool. If a practitioner sees quantitatively with the local measurement data on carbon, on nitrogen levels, on nutrient levels in the soil, on acidification in the soil, and if they see the impact of this to the water holding capacity of the soil, or to the local greenhouse gas balance of the farm, to the nitrogen balance of the farm, is that impact, depending soil specific on the soil parameters is known, then there is another way of incentive to act, not just top down through, let's say, top-down instruments, but through a convincing way that knowing your conditions in the field, you can get a toolbox at hand that helps you to change your decision making. And we are missing that as a solution, as part of solution of bringing things downscale our knowledge and make it available to practitioners. And the three examples last night show splendidly how gaps in farm advisory that exist can be filled with innovative solutions reaching out to a huge farmer community. Also important for us to observe. We receive this information also through our IONET partners to observe grassroots organizations, no? The European Alliance on Regenerative Farming, climate farmers. So it's important to acknowledge that we do not operate in a bubble, but there are crystallization points that are very important to nourish and to support.
So the communities of practice, huh? Also around the soil health, yeah. So data. I'm not sure if these new soil monitoring data will be there to feed into the green tripartite already, but Peter, do you have a reflection on how is data used in this process?
Well, and I think it has been very important in both the political agreement, the national political agreement, that we are on, what can you say, scientific safe ground.
Yeah.
That we know what we are talking about, that we know what kind of goals we are to reach, and that we are able to tell our stakeholders that we are standing on solid scientific ground. Yeah. Because if that wasn't the case, I think we wouldn't have been able to put the stakeholders together to make this agreement. I think some of the goals in the tripartite agreement have a positive effect on soil as well. We know that on wetlands and other, but we didn't write it into the agreement. So the soil health is not an actual part of the agreement. But I think in Denmark we will look into the new regulation because of course we need to present the monitoring program and everything, and I think we will use the same method in Denmark to when we are looking into this goal and these problems in the future. I think so. So yeah.
I just feel like elaborating on that because it's very true. We needed the solid data to agree that there was a problem. It's one of the major things that you need to do before starting the process is agreeing that there is a problem and also the magnitude of it. But then later on, down in the local tripartites, it has been different interest stakeholders. So it hasn't resulted in only taking out the as few hectares as possible, because there's been an agreement that we also need to see the land use in a wider context. We also need to see it as a land use for recreation. We also need to see land use for biodiversity and maybe binding areas together to make a more whole. So of course the agricultural side have pleaded or have argued for very to minimize the use of land taken out, but they've also been set into that negotiation agreement that is about looking into a wholeness. So it's and I think because it's on a local level, you live fairly nearby, you know, okay, maybe it's a bit more land than we thought about, but then we'll also get a nice recreational area, so boom, boom. So you can actually take those individual stands instead of the top-down approach where it would be, oh, it shouldn't be more than exactly the amount of hectares we need for the task, but it's a broader perspective and a local perspective on what can we attain if we, you know, also bring this land into to play. Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, if I can also add on this and on maybe on how to bring together the soil monitoring law and the mission and the common agricultural policy, because of course we have many data collected by member states, and we have the data collected by JRC, and we have data collected under the mission. And then under the mission, we also have, of course, lots of work on methodologies and best practices and so on. So if we could use all of that to formulate recommendations to member states on soil health for the development of their national regional partnership plans. And when member states then develop agro-environmental measures focused on soil health, they could also draw on all of the work that has been done by the mission. And we could probably also come up with best practices at farm level. And so if we feed all of this into the cycle of the common agricultural policy, and then we use the data also to monitor the impact that all of this has, and then can feed it again into a next cycle, a next cap with the recommendations, I think that would be a good idea. Thanks.
No, that sounds, I mean, that sounds right, of course. I'm just wondering this, what are the things we have shown also in mission soil projects is that it's really hard, a lot of the soil health challenges is really hard for a farmer to address just like that on a field, because it requires change crop rotations or farming systems or land use, and then we are back at the value chains or the food system or the multifunctional land use. So these recommendations you talk about, can they be embedded in some kind of more holistic approach to this that actually builds into things like we're talking about now, the more landscape approach?
Yeah, I think we're doing a lot of work on cataloging best practices and making inventories and being able to provide tailored advice, also based on artificial intelligence, of course, that it's not simply saying you should always do this, but we should be saying if it has been dry for a month and you are in this particular condition, then you better do that, for instance. So these kinds of recommendations, making all of the data, all of the work that has been done by Soil Mission digestible for farmers in a very practical way. I think that's a major objective for us.
Okay, thank you. So I think I have loads of other questions, but I think it's important now to give the floor again to the voice of the audience, to you guys.
Indeed,
so
indeed. And indeed, you have loads of questions as well. So thank you very much for all of these. Thank you for everyone online who is sending questions in. Thank you. If you're online watching us, do also say the country you're in as well. That would be lovely to know. So, Niels, where would you like to start? I've got questions on the social impact. Okay, we've got general ones on policies and indeed monitoring as well. And there are more questions specifically on Denmark. So
let's take a few on the Danish case since we now have Peter.
Let's do that then, okay.
Then,
let's start with so question for Marie-Louise. This one is for you specifically, actually. We're talking about all the different policies and the agreements. This question says, have there been any sort of incentives or punishments for anyone when this doesn't work out? So what's there? And Peter, it looks like you know about this as well. So, but Marie-Louise first.
Yeah, well, in the local tripartites where the municipalities sits with the farmers' organizations and the nature conservatives, there is no. It's an agreement. There is no law that regulates this at all. But as Peter's also told, there is on the coming up a tax on CO2. So if you've got peatlands that's not re-wetted, you could look into a tax. And if we don't meet the goal of reducing nitrogen by a certain stage, there will also be regulations on the field. The farmers have very much gone into this on the point of having more liberty at the field level because they've taken out other fields that's polluting a lot. So they've been, I mean, I don't know, but the EU and the CAP is all about sowing this and that and harvesting at this at that point. And there's a lot of paperwork, there's a lot of regulations, and I think one of the initiatives has been to kind of be eased off at the field level, but handling the environmental problems with withdrawing land from.
So not a punishment per se right at that moment, but it's coming down the line.
Stick and carrot. Huh?
Stick and carrot, always. Peter, did you want to add to that at all?
Yeah, I would like to, because I think the question could be asked in different ways, because of course there are no punishment when you go into a room together to get to find that would be a bad way of getting a good dialogue. So of course we have got an agreement on the work the local tri-parties are set to do, and they agree on that. And of course, if they are not able to do that locally, then we have made an agreement that then we would take it to a government level and talk to the parliament about it. And if it, even though we did that, if it still doesn't work, then we have also the regulatory schemes on taxes and regulation. So I think it's a whole package of ways of making this work, and I think without the regulation in the end, I think it wouldn't have been possible. So
yeah.
Yeah. So do you want me to go on to something that's sort of, so you're talking about sort of various regulations and policies coming down the line. So let's just widen this out just a little bit. And this is more of a social impact question, which I think is a really good place to bring this in. Vasela, thank you very much for your question here. Actually echoed in other questions as well. And it comes back to food prices. Actually, so with all of this happening, with the sticks coming down the line, as it were, how can you ensure that locals, people you're directly in contact with, can still afford the price of food once you buy out the land and prices go up?
Actually, I think the government has set down a working task force to inquire on food prices. The food prices in Denmark has actually already gone up a lot, and it's not really clear what the explanation is. I think that ultimately there is. I don't know where the food prices actually come from, but there is a growing market, of course, but that doesn't explain it all. So what is the food market is global and widespread, so it's very difficult to. It's not like in Denmark most of our corn is grown for fodder for the pigs, and they're exported. So it's not like it's my local farmer that grows my carrot, but of course there is a connection, but. In the long run, there would also be a connection with of an unsustainable production, or so. I haven't got a clear answer for that, but there is bigger things at stake than and most of the land we take out is anyway the more poor land. It's I mean, 90% of the Danish moors and bogs have been drained historically, and it's in a wide context. It's those areas that's regained for moors and bogs and wet areas.
Can I also throw in another question on this one? And Peter, you might want to mention this one, because there's another question about farmers being undercut if cheaper food therefore comes in from elsewhere. It's going to be a challenge, isn't it?
Of course it can, but we are trying to really keep an eye on the development. And when we assign our subsidy schemes and our regulation, we look very closely into, as mentioned on the panel before, that when you go into a project as a farmer, then you have a subsidy one-to-one. So on that way, we have decided, and the government has decided to both use the common agricultural policy money and also national funding to make it able to not make this project to have a great impact on earth value and on in the end on food pricing. And but I think also, as you mentioned, we are not alone in a global market. So I think, even though we have trust in each other, and we think we have a great impact in Denmark, I think the global market is also at stake here. So.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Do you want to look at more policy-based ones? Yeah. This is an interesting question. I think you can widen your answers out, if you like, on this one to more of a general one, because this is a question about transparency. And this talks as well to data collection, data sharing with citizens as well. And then maybe this also talks to education about data and what's being collected and what it means. Because the question says, how can we improve transparency and public participation in EU agri-policies to avoid situations, and this person has mentioned the April 2024 CAP reform, that they didn't get public consultation. So transparency, public participation, and I would also go a bit further and say, as well as having transparency, it's the education of actually what you're giving the public as well, maybe. Who would like to pick
Give a
that
point
one?
for that?
Maybe it's a very small intervention. When you look at the soil monitoring law, member states are explicitly asked to publish the data that they report. So the soil monitoring law is not a bubble for land managers and planners and politicians. No? I think we can expect a catalyzing effect from this, which creates very participatory implementation processes, hopefully then on regional and local levels. That's also why the legislation suggests a regionalized approach, no? With authorities and soil districts, and also, of course, also soil units. That's important for practitioners. And so the participation of public will probably also be elevated through the information that will be available through that instrument.
Could you just, that's rather abstract for me actually, but if you look at this concrete example of a municipality or one of these watersheds, and that we had information now on the so-called soil districts under the soil monitoring law, how could you see that actively feeding in to decision-making on this multifunctional land use transformation?
Not an easy question, actually, because you need to envision how this could look like.
Yeah.
No? So imagine you are living in a town and you're in an area that is very sustainably managed, and you can see healthy soils, high biology, intact ecosystems around you. That's something else. And when you're living in an environment where you have confirmation that the management around you is very intense and concerns possibly also your health, that activates you to participate in in crowdsourcing, information collection from your balcony, or it activates then also citizens to participate in localized projects. And so this is all possible effects that could happen now.
Yeah.
Any comment? Maybe there's a comment.
Yeah, maybe on transparency in general. We've had a public consultation on the next MFF, and several references have been made to initiatives that are being taken at EU level. We've had the youth dialogues, we will have the food dialogue. All of these are collaborative processes. We have the EU CAP network, we have the European Innovation Partnerships, we have civil dialogue groups. So we have several mechanisms at EU level to promote dialogue and transparency. But as well, again, we call for the development of these national regional plans at member state level. And of course, we would expect that they would be developed in full dialogue and transparency with all stakeholders. So I think there as well, we build in the transparency into the process. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I've got a specific one for Rainer, if I may, and this is about AI, which just come in, which I just think is a really great question, because actually it talks to all technology. But will AI eventually help CAP move from command control to bottom-up tailored design of agricultural systems for improving effectiveness of policies? In other words, the big AI question here, what can it do? What will it do? How is it involved? And is that a good thing?
Well, I'm not the right person to answer this politically. I think at the moment, especially on soils, you need quite a bit of experience and local knowledge in order to interpret or set targets, interpret thresholds, and give advice to practitioners. That's very complex. I mean, when I look at current support tools, for example, for farmers, for urban, we don't need to talk about it. It's because there's nothing existing, something like this. No? So let's stick to farmers, and these tools are still very global for a farmer to apply because of the complexity of aspects to consider in decision making. So if we give this information or this advice process into the hands of models purely, that could be quite tricky. You know? So for me, that's why I highlighted the 3 ambassadors from last night, because it shows the knowledge that you need to build to give good advice and to not lose the trust that you get. When we look at currently machine learning based data sets, there is still a high level of uncertainty. You cannot break down this data to a parcel, although statistically it's possible. So to give these, let's say, technical possibilities into hands of predictive systems alone, they are great support. Mongens gave a fantastic example for Denmark, how this can be supportive. But then on the ground, it's getting more complex. And this is why I think there we have a mismatch in our, let's say, governance, implementation of incentives that we have. There are many incentives on the policy side, and on the implementation side, there we have there's the challenge. And that's why I like the Danish example so much as a good practice.
Mm-hmm. Does anybody else want to come in on the tech question? Marie-Louise? Oh, sorry, Peter.
And a short comment on not on the AI, because I think, but I think it's important to mention that we did a great effort on supporting the decision making in the Danish tripartite by publishing a whole lot of data and making it available for the decision making in the municipalities and to the stakeholders, and of course a lot of spatial information. And of course you could ask, in 10 years would we ask AI to improve this decision making? Of course we would. In 2 years we would also do it. but I think we managed to make a lot of the data public and transparent, and to improve the decision making in the local tri-parties. And I think we will keep on putting layers on that decision making system, so we can improve our decisions and also look into other aspects when we decide in the future. So I think we totally agree, public data is the way forward, and also in these difficult local discussions on this area or this area, it's key to making a decision.
But I also think when interpreting the data, it's also important that it's transparent and it's available, but it's also important that it's something that you also talk with the individual farmer about, because they are very much like, everybody is talking about us, but nobody's talking to us. So you really, I mean, in the end, he's the one driving a business, having to change his way of doing it. So I don't know what it's called in English, efteruddannelse.
Yeah, further education.
Further education. I mean, everybody else is obliged or pushed to have a further education. So maybe that's also a way forward for
I mean, the more data, the more capacity to absorb them, interpret them, and so actually I have sympathy for the question. Can we use AI?
But, shall I just throw in one final question? And then because I think, thank you to whoever suggested this, because I think this is lovely. Could, just very, very briefly, could you all give a practical example of what you consider soil care? We keep hearing, you know, the phrases of looking after soil care. Just from your own perspective, I don't know what it will be, but just, you know, give us one
we should
practical
start with Rainer,
thing.
that would be fair to the expert on this in the panel here.
For me, I have a small project. I'm converting degraded, let's say, grazed and heavily eroded, bit steepish pasture into an orchard. So, and I did some work on the land, so now I let it rest, and then I continue. So that
but what is then you're converting from a problem? What's the solution? What is the
solution? The solution will be more organic matter in the topsoil. The solution will be an elevated species diversity. The solution will be that I have some plants that are insect pollinated, not only wind pollinated. So I think it will be a nice little demonstration project in a rural area where I live.
Lovely. Marie-Louise?
Well, my answer's along the same lines. I also got a garden, and it's heavy on clay, so I also really try to get the carbon content up, and I don't do big cleanings in the garden. So there's all kind of biological rubbish lying about.
So don't clean up in the winter. It's like just leave it. Yeah, absolutely. Henri?
I don't have a garden, so.
Okay. So you don't. Right. This is a fabulous example here, then. Right. So there are so many people across Europe who do not have a garden. What can citizens do if they don't have that sort of, ownership of a patch of land?
Well, there's so many things they can do. They can become soil mission ambassadors, for instance. They can engage in citizen science. There are many community projects they can get involved in, I think. Yeah.
We'll get them all having window boxes. Peter?
That would also be my answer, the last one.
Get them engaged. Niels?
Thanks to the audience for all the questions and for the clever responses. Well, we are almost coming to an end. There is an issue and risking raising a whole new subtopic here, but there is an issue I cannot really hesitate to bring in, which is the generational renewal. It's been referred to a few times over the last 2 days, the high average age of not only Danish but European farmers. And there is a recent policy paper from the Commission, and if you're more interested, the European Organization for Young Farmers called SECA produced in the spring a very interesting larger policy document. So my question is that we're always talking And of course, we should respect the current farmers. And we had Christian, and we're negotiating with real live farmers. On the other hand, we are looking at transformations of the landscape, the multifunctional landscape, and therefore also agriculture over the next generation, at least. We saw the tree growing. It was 30 years before we can really hope to see the large, major impacts. Now, how can we integrate generational renewal as a potential source here, as a potential levy for this transformation? Because there are a lot of young people out there who cannot access the large industrialized farms that we have in this country now, but who would be likely, it's a hypothesis, but I know many young farmers who work on less land who are more inclined to work in this, let's say, multifunctional farming, where your income streams comes from different things. You talked about local food systems, but also participating in high value chains, etc., etc. So do you have any visions on that? Can generational renewal be actually used somehow in this as a promoter for multifunctional land use change?
I believe that the age structure in Danish farms is an opportunity, because of course we should always look at the owners right now, but this land transition will also be an opportunity for some of the farmers, because they are looking into how do I go on retire. And what I hear is that there is a lot of young people applying for farm education. So what type of people is that? I don't know. I'm from forestry myself, and I know that a big interest in forestry has also arisen among the young, and a lot of them comes in with broader idea of how to manage a forest than my generations and the ones before. So there is also potential for transition in that way, but it will be very much a question of money, because in Denmark it's from the 50s up to now we've gone from, I don't know, I think 50,000 farmers to 2,000 or something like that, like big full employment farmers, and that trajectory is going to keep on, and maybe we're a bit leaving the individual farmer to this more groups of or firms or farms, or
Okay.
I mentioned before grassroots. Yes, the demographic challenge is obvious. But there are many young farmers ready. You know, they don't own big farms, they don't own land, and that is maybe a large obstacle when you go into IARA, the European Alliance for Regenerative Agriculture, or when you look at the climate farmers. I mentioned them. There's an active, super competent community, you know. And I think it would be good to nourish that even more strongly. And a good example I found in France, I don't know the platform, but the initiatives where communities give land to young farmers, depending on their proposal, on the business model, which the community sets aside for that purpose, and then the young farmer can, let's say, gets the credit and can gain ownership of the parcels that he could work for over time. So there are solutions to let's say, manage against the prices, the explosion of price on land prices, which makes the life of young farmers very difficult, and to recognize these approaches is very important.
Thank you. And Anna, last time you were here, actually, a month ago also, we had exactly that discussion of how to provide land for farm. You remember the andelsgård?
No, I think from the DG Agri perspective, of course, it's very important, generational renewal, and we want more young farmers and female farmers and new farmers. And we all imagine them to be very dynamic and open to new ideas. But as was already said, it's very complex because of, for instance, land prices. Though in the CAP we target now support specifically to young farmers. But I also think we have to be very careful with this narrative that if only we had younger farmers, suddenly everybody would adopt digital technologies, for instance, or this issue of multifunctional land use would be solved, because we cannot wait for the generational renewal, of course, and careers are also longer and longer, so we really need to get everybody on board. And I also think that it's never just age that determines whether you will invest in something or not, because there are so many uncertainties right now, the geopolitical ones, and it was addressed in the previous keynote speech, geopolitical uncertainties, trade uncertainties, we have forest fires and droughts, and in such a climate, to decide on investment is enormously complex, of course. And this is not an age-related issue, so to say. No. So it all comes down again, I think, to the need for dialogue, for strategies adapted to local circumstances, and to everything that we have been discussing this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter, you have a final comment?
A final comment on that. I think in Denmark, the young farmers have a very strong voice, so I think it's there already, and that's good. And they engage themselves in the debate. Also on the subjects that are very difficult on economical sides, and how to overcome the financial side of some kind of disposition. So I think we have the framework in Denmark, at least, for listening to each other. And I think they have a very clear voice, also in the debate of the green tripartite. But of course, it's a very complex question, so I totally agree. Yeah.
Thank you for this. Can we give it a hand for the panel?
Thank you so much. Really, really interesting. Great points. Thank you so much for your time. Delegates, we're going to start to look again at market incentives and different business models after lunch, particularly when it comes to sustainable soil and healthy soils and keeping communities together. So that's what we'll be looking at after lunch. I have some lunch logistics for you, which may sound slightly complicated, but please bear with me on this one. Because of the size of the group, we are actually going to have lunch in 2 different places today. We have, for those who were here yesterday, what we are going to do, the first people to leave the room will be taken down the very long corridor to where we had lunch yesterday. And then when we know that one is full, we will then channel you off to actually where the coffee is. So don't be surprised if you're suddenly moved to a different direction. The only thing to say is, I know that some of the speakers have agreed that they wanted a chat over lunch. So if they want to go to the coffee lunch area, then that's fine. If you have an allergy, we are catering for allergies in the far lunch spot. So I'm talking about dairy, gluten-free, those sorts of allergies. So we've catered for them in the far lunch spot, which is the first one that we'll take you to. So if you do have an allergy, please make sure, for catering purposes, that we're channeling you right the way down the corridor. So make sure you're the first people to leave the room. Other than that, enjoy, have a good break, network, enjoy the lovely weather that we have out here today. We'll see you back at 2:15. So if you're watching us online, 2:15, an hour and a quarter from now. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome back in. Welcome to you joining us online. Thank you very much for making us part of your day. It is really good to have you with us, so thank you for being there. If I could ask everyone in the room to take their seats as quickly as possible, please. We've got a really full programme this afternoon. Lots of different things to cover, lots of different areas to talk about still. We have certainly packed a lot into Mission Soil Week, haven't we? If I could ask those standing in the middle, if you could take your seats as quickly as possible, please, and we can get going with the afternoon sessions. Thank you. And then just while we're settling down, for those that are new here today, I did this exercise with everyone yesterday, and I'm going to do it again because I just think this is the best way to see how vital these meetings are. So particularly if you're new here today, raise your hand for me if you have at least one new contact. Good. Well, that's a relief. All right, we're going to go up to 5 new contacts. Yep. Yep. Oh, that's a very strong hand going up there. So yesterday, I think we got up to about a good dozen people who had 25 contacts or more that they had made. Anyone today reckon they've got 20 to 25 contacts from today? Well, maybe, it's a maybe. It's a maybe. Well done. Brilliant. This is the place to come and meet people. What we're going to do now is, after everything we've talked about today, we are going to bring the money back in. Well, I say back in. Money never leaves any conversation, of course. But we're going to concentrate on the finances now and look at market incentives, particularly which market incentives or what market incentives can really support sustainable soil management. Look at this as how money can work for sustainability rather than money being the sticking point. So really trying to get that nice positive flow and almost that circular financial economy going here. So I'm absolutely delighted to welcome our keynote speaker for our scientific keynote this afternoon. She is the Deputy Director of Sustainable Resources at the Joint Research Centre of the European Commission. Delegates, please welcome on stage Grieg Manhout.
Good afternoon. It's very nice to be here. I would like to thank you for the nice invitation. It's an honor to speak on behalf of the Directorate, but it's as well a pleasure for me to see this vibrant community here on the Horizon Mission Soil, which, Diego Cangofano so nicely said, it's the soil family, so that is very nice. I will give you some insights on the science for policy that we are doing as the Joint Research Centre, the scientific arm of the European Commission, and more in particular on the EU Soil Observatory that you all know. I'm very proud of our team that we have in the unit, of course, with Panos. I think many of you have been meeting already Panos and Niels that are here. Coming to the European Commission scientific arm that we are, I think we need to start always from what in Brussels they have on their plate. In fact, our work program is determined in Brussels, and I would like to start with this. In February 2025, it was our president who came on the table with the competitiveness compass. This was, of course, based on these recommendations, these 8 recommendations of Draghi in his report. And she has been defining from that core areas of action. And there are 3 main core areas of action, which you see here. So you have the decarbonization and competitiveness, you have closing the innovation gap, and you have reducing excessive dependencies on increasing security. And with that, we were looking at these 3 core areas and thinking about how to populate these now with novel business models. And of course, you can find in the green transition quite some models for closing the innovation gap. This is for startups and for scaling up, very important to look at the innovation. You see some are having a very strong angle in decarbonization. Others could link more on preparedness, security, food security, drinking water security, and these things. Now, our question was then, the soil health, how is this now important for this competitiveness? How can this be the basis for new business models? And so we first went back to our EU Soil Observatory, looking at soil health. And I must say, honestly, I'm here for the first time in this Horizon Europe Soil Mission Week. And so when I think now of soil health, I think of 3 numbers that are easily to be grasped: 60, 50, and 70. And this is immediately coming from our soil observatory, because we know, and as has been mentioned already many times, it is 64% of the soil that is degraded in Europe. And we know that we will need more or less 50 billion in euro that is going with this. And when it comes to the agriculture, we know as well that we have 70% there that is really degraded in agriculture soil, that really needs some extra activities there. If you want to know more, you look, of course, as well in the resources there. And with this, we were then thinking with the EU Soil Observatory, let's consult now with these relative negative messages, we see quite a lot of degradation, our stakeholders, the stakeholders of the EU Soil Observatory. And we have been consulting quite some companies. We wanted to have a stakeholder meeting which was looking at healthy soils for competitiveness. And we had speakers, as you see here, from Nestle, from the Rabobank, so really speakers also from Bayer, for instance, which were giving us some examples of how they translate this problem of soil into a new business model. And we came up with these 9 models that are as well more described now in the paper that you have seen before. And I would like to give you now 3 examples of how we interpret this as business models and what they have been facing, what are the solutions, because that is in a way what we all want to know, not only the problem, but also the solution. And the first example that I want to give you is on remediation of contaminated sites. We know, as well as from in the soil monitoring law, like Ion mentioned this morning, that there are potentially 2.8 million contaminated sites that we need to tackle. And these are giving us as well some inputs for bringing our classical methods there to see what would this cost, how can we do this. Now, there are as well some novel models that are maybe there, such as bioremediation with microorganisms that can solve some problems for us. So we can go as well in the classical things, looking at how to put additives, how to do this mixing, but also how we can work with bacteria. And we believe that there is there a first market that will be growing and that the soil monitoring law in a certain way will be accelerating. And the nice thing there as well is what we learned then in Europe in a certain way accelerated or really asked by the soil monitoring law can be then as well helpful for outside Europe. So a certain market opportunity. The second example that I want to bring here is about carbon farming. We know that there is 7.5 million tons CO2 per year that is lost from the soil. Our carbon in the soil is diminishing, and this is partially by human pressures, partially by climate. We have a temperature increase, which is also not in favor of having more absorption of carbon. Now, thinking then of the total amount of CO2 equivalent per year that we can sequester into the soil, which is 55 million tons, and that at 100 euros per ton CO2, we believe that it is really a nice business model. So 6 billion euros are something that is in range. Also here we have a certain regulation. The carbon removal and carbon farming regulation will help us because we need to have a certain framework in which this can be taken up. And you know that carbon credits have been defined, additional carbon that you can take up in the soil through one of these six different types of carbon farming projects. This can be afforestation, can be rewetting of peatlands, can be the use of conservation tillage, catch crops, it can be sustainable forest management, can be agroforestry, regenerative agriculture, so different ways where we have extra attention for bringing more carbon in the soil. And I think already Rainer before was talking about bringing his pasture land into a nice garden, increasing also the organic soil there, so increasing the carbon uptake. I think he might be one of those who will apply for carbon credits. And I hope he can have this as well. We see that this is for farmers often not so evident, although we see this as a green business model, a diversification of their income. It requires, however, a project that you describe. It requires quite some paperwork. You need to describe this additional carbon that you take up in the soil. And therefore, we have seen in our workshop how, for instance, Nestlé was very happy to go into this direction and then have their farmers that work for them in a certain way, for which they have a relationship in that they are their producers, have this worked out with them. So they would take the whole burden of compiling such a project, and the farmers could then, when they are agreeing, following this, having sharing in the benefits of such an activity. There are, of course, as well some challenges. These carbon credits need to be answering quite some quality standards. We need to be very careful. I don't want to say greenwashing, but we need to be very careful in what can be receiving such a certification, what not. And there is a huge diversity over Europe. So the north of Europe is very different than, so the north of Finland and the south of Spain, they have quite different ways of looking at carbon farming. The nice thing here is that there is already the European emissions trading system in place. So we hope with some projects that they can enter already in 2026 into the emissions trading system, because there is the full package of money as well, no? So there we have the market that is already defined. I would like to come as well to a third example. I think this was as well wanted in a certain way, what is in there for farmers. So let's talk a little bit about regenerative agriculture. I think you know better than me what it means. Might be very nice on paper, might be very hard to implement, not always with economic benefits immediately. The take, what I want to have here is that just like we have been talking about carbon credits, we would need to have certain nature credits. This, at the moment, is more difficult. This we will need to see with the new cap, of course, how this can be rewarded. But we heard this morning, for instance, from the tripartite project, how nicely that this can be put in music. I think there Denmark can be really an example for quite some member states to have this making to happen. Again, it will be difficult to provide some real credits for certain projects if you don't have some indicators, if you don't have a monitoring for that. We will need to see as well how a framework for assessing certain indicators when it is, for instance, related to the water availability in the soil, the nitrogen leakages, the biodiversity, of course. This needs robust indicators that are comparable. We see in the Netherlands already that Rabobank was courageous and was already proposing to have some farmers which are fulfilling some of these conditions of, let's say, more nature-friendly farming, providing them certain discounts in or when they need to have loans on certain land, or repaying as well some farmers. So these are examples of how this could function directly for, in particular, the young farmers, which would need to buy a piece of land or have some money for running their farm in a most environmental friendly way. And with that, I would like to come now to our role. What can we do as GRC, as science for policy actor? I think when we talk about competitiveness, then we talk in a certain way about the return of investment. I think this is for a farmer as well. He cannot wait for more than a decade to see a return of an investment with huge efforts. And with that, we have seen as well, we are not, of course, an agency that can provide financing. We are not there to invent a new business model. We are not businessmen either. But we can look at some sustainability indicators. And that is what we are willing to do with the EU Soil Observatory. We want to have some real sustainable indicators that are allowing intercomparison, that are solid, based on data. We have the whole Lucas database there for mapping the past. We can map then as well with some measurements that we receive. We can see what are the differences with the past. This is one thing. I believe we can as well help in the projects that we see are very diverse from region to region, to transfer some projects from one region to another region. And that does not need to remain to Europe. So we could have this transfer of competence, of knowledge, and have and help you incentivizing this as well, enabling that you can benefit from bringing this knowledge elsewhere and having a business set up elsewhere. And last but maybe not least, talking about nature-based solutions, this is always very nice if we can have this. But we do see as well some nature-based solutions that failed, where a lot of trees have been planted and after 3 years, you see that 60% didn't survive. So we want to make sure that we have a map of those regions that are have high risks for failure of certain projects, or where we see certain activities with certain types of trees and crops that have a low survival rate. So we want to be there for mapping the full risk around certain projects. And I believe that that requires taking into account climate change, of course, and hence as well some modeling. You need to be able to look a little bit in the future. It needs to take into account as well Earth observation data and early warning systems where weak signals, you see them from the beginning, and so that you can have early on an intervention so that it does not come to this failure. And so I believe that our role is most on the digitalization, simplification, and interoperability, providing this data and providing you factors for calculating these indicators. It is as well about the expansion, and in particular as well, transferring from one region to another region, comparing the regions for projects. And then, last but not least, I think the most related to innovation, that we are helping in mapping the risks. This is, of course, all available. For the mapping of these risks, we do use Earth observation data in big style. We do use as well artificial intelligence, machine learning for assessing this. I give just here a small example, for instance, on, we have here a map of crop diversity. And so that from there, we can then overlay this with a map of climate that we have now, climate that we have in the future. We see which crops are suitable in which climate zones, and you can give some advice on risk. It's not that we want to tell farmers what to do and not to do, but we do want to highlight certain risks that are undertaken. And that would be our role, but I would have a question, or let's say a role also for you. And that is the living labs. Because all this information that we have, all the data we have, if it is from Earth observation data, if it is from reported data from member states, whatever, there is really one ground truth. And that is the samples that the living labs are giving us. What they are really experiences, the hands-on data from the living labs. And we really need this, because they will tell us how we need to evolve with our science as well. We talk about innovation. We need to evolve with science. And the science needs to come from what we observe, and what we observe in the living labs. And that is very, very important. We are fortunate to be in Europe, because in certain areas in the world, this Earth observation is no longer wanted in some places. So I think this is a real question from my side, but I would say where I think it's very important that we emphasize, we need in situ data, we need living labs, and I hope we can consider the many land managers as all having their small or bigger living lab, bringing us information and willing to share that. And with that, I would like to thank you, and I'm, of course, open for any question. Not just me, but also the team. I think you have had definitely already the possibility to talk with Panos or with Niels. We are very happy to collaborate. This is our major objective. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you. We don't actually have time to take questions at the moment, but are you happy to hang around at the end, Greet, if anyone would like to come and speak to you? She's nodding, so that is a yes. Really, really good to see that risk management with the data points as well, and you know, really sort of diving down there into how important that ongoing data is. It's not just the collecting once, but it is seeing it over an amount of time to actually properly assess what is going on. Greet was talking about living labs and the data from living labs. We're going to talk about living labs now, but in a slightly different way. We're going to talk about how to engage land and soil managers in co-creation with the living labs. So again, this goes back to the whole, the premise of today, of that collaboration, the partnerships, and getting different sides to see different ideas, different viewpoints, but again, all working together. So the really nice thing on this panel that we're about to have is they're going to use the real life experiences from the challenges from the first funded living labs under Mission Soil. So we'll get some really good case studies now. So please welcome your moderator from DG Agri to take you through this, Luis Sanchez Alvarez. Luis, come and join me. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And just to say, while Luis gets himself settled, we will be taking questions, won't we, on this one? So throughout the panel, do put your questions in Slido and we'll get through as many as possible. Luis, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it was a very intense European Mission Soil Week. This is the last panel. I think I feel a little bit, or the community should feel a bit overwhelmed because the mission was mentioned so many times to respond to the many challenges we have ahead. And I think this panel is in the perfect place in the agenda because many conversations yesterday about business models. Today, when we went a little bit top-down from EU level directive on soil monitoring and resilience, and we are now going a little bit down, and I thought, well, okay, I think we now have a framework, a legal framework. We have brilliant minds around. We have also some money, motivation, but probably today, at this moment, it's good to think what can we bring back when you are in your labs, in your living labs, tomorrow or on Monday, something concrete that can really crystallize all was said today about agreement, engagement, citizens engagement, stakeholders engagement, dialogue, communication. So I think this is the perfect conclusion for the European Mission Soil Week in terms of discussions and takeaways. So I would then like to invite our speakers that will help us to build those messages. And first, let me invite on stage Lisbeth Henriksen, Executive Vice President of SIGAS Innovation, please. Thank you. Cristiana Gardicchiotti, founder and team leader of Meraki People from the Mission Soil Living Lab Gov for All. Andrea Fiorini, researchers in agronomy and field crops at the Department of Sustainable Crop Production, Università Cattolica del Sacro Cuore, from another Mission Soil Living Lab, Lilas for Soil. Beate Caldewey Samaras, farmer and founder of the European Alliance for Generative Agriculture, EARA. And finally, and that's it. Sorry, Lenora Tisser, Assistant Professor in Farming Systems Ecology Group from Wageningen University, and also part of the Global Network of Lighthouse Farms. Sorry, Lenora. Okay, so thank you for joining us. And well, I think we are going to follow the same approach we saw in the previous panels. So I will give you like 4 minutes or something like that to really introduce what you are doing in this domain, in your living lab, or more generally speaking, in your activity when it comes to co-creation of solutions that are locally adapted, that involve farmers, and so on. So let's start, for example, with one of our living labs, Lilas for Soil, focused on carbon farming. Andrea, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here and discuss with you about this important dynamics that will be generated through this huge amount of funding. And yeah, my name, as you said, is Andrea Fiorini. I'm a researcher at the Department of Sustainable Crop Production in the University of Piacenza Cremona, which is in the middle of the Po Valley, northern Italy. And I have the great pleasure to coordinate the work of co-creation with farmers within the EU Mission Soil project, Lilas for Soil. And also leading the Italian living lab, which is called SHARE. From my perspective, engaging soil management in co-creation is one of the most promising, but at the same time, most demanding aspects of the soil mission approach. It requires us to go beyond participation and move towards a shared authorship of solutions. In our living lab, we mainly work with farmers managing intensive cropping system. In many cases, in complex soil and agroecosystems, where maintaining productivity while enhancing soil health, especially in the long term, might be a real challenge. These are highly skilled professionals, but they operate under a very strong economic pressure and tight timelines. So engagement cannot be built on enthusiasm and curiosity alone. It needs to be grounded into relevance, trust, and clear value for their daily work. We have learned that co-creation is not only a single event or workshop, but it's an ongoing process. It's a long-term conversation that must connect scientific goals, farmers' priority, and especially local realities. It's about translating concepts such as soil health and carbon sequestration into management decisions that make sense at a certain time, at a certain place into the field. So that translation process takes 3 words I would like to highlight here: time, humility, and also creativity. Living labs have become a space where research and practice can meet on equal terms. So they allow us to test ideas, to fail fast, to learn together. But at the same time, they might reveal some tensions between the scientific rigor we need and we wish and the practical feasibility they wish, between short-term funding cycles and the long-term relationships co-creation is based on, between innovation targets and the diversity of local context. Another key aspect is we experience in SHARE is that we have to enroll plenty of other stakeholders around farmers. First of all, agro-industry that influence the supply chain. Then the input providers who might drive technological choices. The regional and national authorities that shapes the incentives and regulation, of course, and even perhaps the highest share in the population, the civil society, whose perception of agriculture is increasingly shape, let's say, the direction of policy and markets. So a living lab only become a real innovation ecosystem when these perspectives interact and influence each other, creating mutual understanding and a shared responsibility for soil health. Last but not least, this is a huge work. It's a lot of time, that's true. And since yesterday we talked about a lot about business model and long-term sustainability of action we took towards soil health, and some data were reported, 45 living lab founded, 107 million euros spent there. We need to be sure on how Living Lab will survive after this funding cycle. And this needs to be made soon, since it can shape, let's say, the innovation ecosystem since the early beginning, I think. So in this panel, I hope we can also talk about how Living Labs across Europe are facing these multiple challenges. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you already opened too many boxes. Let's see how we manage that. Because so now I would like to invite Lisbeth. I learned SIGES is an organization with a long tradition advising farmers. So please tell us more about what you do and what you do when it comes to co-creation.
Yes, thank you. My name is Lisbeth, and I'm from an organization called SIGES Innovation. And the core of our organization is really what is also the core in the whole Living Lab concept. We have for over 5 decades worked with the same principles as we see in the Living Labs. So we have this very precious role in the knowledge value chain where we sort of sit in between universities and practitioners. So we work with universities, but we translate research results into practice, and we work with and for farmers in terms of finding out how these things actually work, how do these things actually work in practice. And that also means that because we do a lot of our research and our innovation on farm, there is a natural engagement from the farmers in creating the final tools and the final knowledge, which also increase the implementation rate. So when we talk about Living Labs, we actually see this as an upscale of what we have been doing for many, many years. And it's incredibly relevant when it comes to complex issues, complex challenges, and also an increased implementation rate. We have sort of tried the Living Lab concept in Denmark in a sort of smaller scale over the years as well. We have tried it when it comes to restoration of peatlands, where we have put small local living labs together with farmers, councils, other decision makers, NGOs, researchers, and advisors. And it works really well because in these cases, we haven't really had the solutions. We didn't really know where we were going, but we were doing a trial and error process together. We learned together, we figured out how this was going to end, and we also ended up with a result that everyone could see themselves in. We really would like to have a large-scale soil living lab on a European level with anchored in a Danish partnership. And it is one of our big dreams, so that's why I'm so pleased that we can be here to talk about that. So that's obviously an invitation. And we have spoken with some of our key research partners on how we can do this, and we have also tried to build it. Because we actually genuinely believe that what we have been doing over the years is a big contribution to a European living lab. Also because there are so many local different aspects to take into account. It can be all from weather, geography, soil types, practices, culture, and also productivity in general on farms. So that's why it's really important to have these living labs where you cover several European countries and areas to try and gather together knowledge that can solve an overall challenge. The thing that we also really like in Denmark is to also build partnerships that are sort of like living labs, but where we really engage with industry. We have several examples on where we, together with universities, industry, and also farmers and advisors, solve things like trying to produce climate-efficient food products, but also try and find more knowledge and research on the regenerative agriculture issue. And in these instances, we have learned that it's really important to get industry on board as well, because at the end of the day, a lot of these things, if there aren't regulation, they will be driven by industry. And this is all feeding into this whole discussion about what is the actual financial model in the end. Because I actually think, to respond to you, Andrea, I think one of the key things is that whatever we do, we need to make them sustainable in their own rights. We can't rely on continuous funding from governments and the local states. These have to end up being sort of self-carrying economic ecosystems.
Okay, very good, excellent. So, well, I saw a challenge there. So, Niels, about living lab, and so Danish colleagues also, so we can follow up on that, yeah. So next, Christiana, you are representing another mission soil living lab, so please tell us also what you are doing, what is your experience in general with engaging land managers and farmers.
Yes. First of all, thank you. But the thank you is meaningful. It is not just a thank you. The reason for that is that somebody honored a dream of an individual, Christiana, and Christiana took it to her community that was betting, actually, that this can never happen, especially in Greece, especially in the area. So I would like to thank publicly Tristano for allowing me or empowering me to have a bioeconomy little cell in the middle of an area that nobody knows, and is called Thirea. Thirea is the doorway. Now, public engagement. Imagine that I have Thirea, T-H-Y-R-E-A, and the R is reversed. So all of a sudden, you have the doorway from the old to the new, and the R stands for regeneration. Now, you understand all this. Please allow me to take you from here to Thirea and to my farmers. They don't understand. I speak tongues. And that is the difficult part. Now, the good news. After 9 engagements and after listening, by the way, 9 engagements translate to 850 people in the room, and we are almost 50% women. And another statistic for Greece is that they have transformed it into a cafe talking that they are inviting other farmers. So all of a sudden, we are doing what is written on paper in the Greek way, translating into please come, please listen, tell us your needs, and get the people, all the stakeholders mentioned in here, sitting in a table and recording the needs. And my dream would be to have on that fertile dialogues, we call them fertile dialogues, and underneath the fertile dialogues is one word, and that's action. Because fertile dialogues is one thing, action is another. And let me go directly to the action. We have one committee on fire prevention, because the need of the community. Number 2, we realize the farmers with the scientists working together, they realized that the old way that their fathers were doing, hey, it can work. So that's very familiar to them. Number 3, who is doing most of the work? The women are. And they have central stage. And of course, they talk to the other ladies, and the other lady is inviting her friend to this. Now, before I finish, it is terribly important that we do this mind shifting, and I will not go any further, but if you go to any university in Europe and you say, I am going to be a shepherd, I am going to be a farmer, there will be left out of the room because it does not have the brass of the medical school. It does not have the shine of the legal profession. And I am not trying to be smart in here. I'm trying to be pragmatic and say that farming and primary production has a societal stigma. And unless the European Commission, the Living Labs, and everybody in between works to kind of have not TED Talks, but technology, education, and farming talks that we promote the pride of the primary production, we will not go further. And the women that are educating their kids are the ones that they are the natural leaders. So engage, but with things in mind that this is extremely hard because you are changing behaviors and deep-rooted beliefs.
Okay, thank you very much for this passionate presentation. Also for bringing women on the spotlight and technology, and this is the perfect introduction to our next speaker because he's a female farmer. I would say also with some financial background, which is also very interesting. So please, as a farmer, have you been involved in co-creation? What would you say about what is your experience?
Yes, I will comment on that, even though based on what Andrea said and what we just heard about Greeks and about the perception of farmers, I will start with something that was not planned, but I realized the last days you've been really good at raising hands. I know it's after lunch, but could you please raise your hand if you, during the conference, either had a coffee, one of the chocolate desserts, almonds, tomatoes, cucumber? So that was pretty much everyone having their hands up. And Andrea mentioned being humble. I think all of you know that that is neither regional nor seasonal food. Okay? We are all here to make a change. Most of you studied this. We are all being paid for it in our profession. We know what's right and wrong. And still, sometimes we do things out of habit, out of comfort, out of being used to it. And that, I think, is where the part of being humble comes in, because that is something I do see as a farmer. So yesterday in the Slido, there was a request for farmers. I'm here, but I'm also speaking for a lot of other farmers within ERA, the European Alliance for Regenerative Agriculture. There's many of us out there who are already practicing all of this, like any practice that we saw on the screen. Yes, we are aware of it. It's well documented. It's in practice. If you could sneak into our group chats, you would laugh how we are nerding out. So it's out there. And I also do have the experience on working on site with Greek local farmers. I'm a regenerative olive oil farmer myself. But around us, it's very conventional farming. And what we are talking about mainly when it comes to trying to advance the transition is a mindset shift, is getting out of this comfort, out of the habit, out of what feels normal, out of what's not being seen as they are a little bit cuckoo. So, sorry, it is like that. So the Living Labs and any kind of co-creation brings super much added value to the table, not only through documenting what is working well, a lot of farmers are aware of that, at least theoretically, but also to give them the social proof. It's very different, even for me myself, and I'm fully convinced, and I will always be the alien in our village anyway, to have our farm as a living lab on the prep soil map. Because suddenly it turns something that is a theoretical concept and only taught at universities or discussed in these kind of circles into something that I can relate to other farmers. It's not, however, going to pull the trigger to have them transition as well. For that, we need to look at more how can we make it increasingly appealing to their appetite. And that can be sometimes really just triggering them with, look, I have less expenses than you because I don't need to purchase the fertilizers, I don't need to purchase the pesticides, I don't need to go into the field for spraying every other week. Yet, I can sell my olive oil at a much higher price point because there is consumers out there that do appreciate those things. So I think whenever we are talking about living labs, I'm very much in favor of them, but it's understanding that this is not just the research part of it, it's a lot of being humble, social, what is the proof, and then also what's missing, at least up to this point, is creating, well, I guess I could say it here, like a mycelium between all of these living hubs and actions. That's something they are pretty detached right now, and there's a lot of fragmentation. So if we could find the power to actually connect them, and then to look into what is happening after setting up the living labs, that would be huge.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Also, Andrea mentioned something about sustainability long term. So, okay, we get the point. Lenora, you told me this morning, well, not a lot about living labs. So we were reserving the best part for the end. And even less about lighthouses, which I think is still a concept not completely clear. So let us know. Tell us something about your experience with lighthouses. What's your concept in this network? What has this to do with co-creation, with engagement?
Yeah, thank you. It was my mission sitting on this panel to bring the lighthouses into the discussion, and specifically with the aim to shed some light on the farmers who are doing really amazing things. I mean, you speak with humility, but our role is to then valorize and shed light on the incredible innovations that you are pioneering in the living labs. So I have the honor of coordinating a network of 14 lighthouse farms globally. We're called the Global Network of Lighthouse Farms. Several of our farms are involved in soil mission projects as part of living labs. And the way that we define lighthouse farms is that they are exemplary in terms of their sustainability innovations, and so much so that we consider them already 50 years in the future with how forward-looking their innovations are. There's an important distinction to make here that they are existing real-world commercial farms. They're not experimental sites. They're not demonstration farms on a research station. These are farmers who are really farming for a living, and research is a complementary component of what they do, not the other way around. What they do is that they challenge norms. So they've proven to us that even within really constraining policy and societal environments, that they can demonstrate transformative models. So it's important to note that these models are not copy-pastable models. They are farmers who are really ahead of their time, let's say, and have found really creative ways to work within the constraints. So what we can do is look to them and ask them, how can we enable other farmers to do what you're doing? So rather than asking for something from them, we ask them what they need from us so that their transformative model can be scaled. I heard a phrase yesterday afternoon, I think, in the closing remarks, the concept of return on inspiration. So Greet was also speaking of other ROIs, and I think I'd like to come back to the inspiration component, which is what we try to offer to the farmers in our network, is that we don't see them as sites of demonstration and dissemination. We see them as sites of inspiration. And what we should offer as researchers and policymakers is a return on that inspiration that they've given us. I don't know if that's the proper economic way to use that phrase, but I don't think the return on inspiration is necessarily a classic economic phrase. So anyway, part of what we can do in that regard is connect them to a community of practice and a community of support. And I think that's partially what the Living Labs can offer, is a sense of community. We often hear from our lighthouse farmers that they're lonely in their field because they're doing things so differently. And having the community support of a Living Lab can be really beneficial. We also try to make sure that all of the work that we do from a research perspective is co-creative in the sense that we build our research agendas together with the farmers so that we are answering their questions in inter and transdisciplinary research models. And a very important piece of that is that we then take the learnings from our scientific endeavors and bring it back to education. So we have a wide program of master students that we work with, and also professionals in our Lighthouse Farm Academy. So these are change makers in the world. The students are the future change makers, the professionals are the current change makers, and we root our education in the science that we have learned from working with the Lighthouse farmers. We bring the students to the farmers co-teach the courses with us, and it becomes part of this bigger tapestry of innovation and co-creation. I think I'll stop there for now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So, going a bit deeper and trying to identify some challenges, we have in the room many living labs. Some of them are starting now. So coming back to you, Beate, so you seem to be a convinced farmer, and you managed to build a viable business, successful business model. But if you had to approach a farmer and motivate him to participate in a living lab, in a co-creation process, how could you do that? Because, well, we are talking about co-creation, stakeholders, value chains, I don't know. So what could be, how would you motivate a farmer?
Well, to a certain degree, Andrea already answered that earlier, but there's certainly a lot that I would like to add to that. And the first one is, when we talk about approaching farmers, it already makes me cringe, because there is no such thing as a farmer. I think it really starts there that we are generalizing too much. That to me feels like asking you, what car do you like? And all of you just replying those with wheels or with a steering wheel. I think we need to be very clear on what type of farmers do we need to work with. And I do not only mean, is it cattle versus corn, which region, are they small size, big size, but also what type of personality are we looking at. There is farmers that are super committed, reading all of the research, doing the best on their land, but they just don't have the personality for going through paperwork. There's others that have the nerves for paperwork, but they are so introverted, they just do not want to have people on their farm, not because they don't want to spread the knowledge, but it's not their personality type. So I think we need to be really precise in terms of which farmers do you want to engage with when you create a living lab, a lighthouse. What is the purpose here? To then find the right engagement. I think that is one step that is sometimes missing a little bit. And then through that engagement as well, definitely paperwork is one thing that is painful in all of those examples. Whenever that public money is being linked to a project, it becomes painful. And it's not so much that farmers are not capable, but those farmers that we are looking at, we are already demanding from them a lot of extra time spent on top of their work anyway. If we then present them with all of those sheets and what to fill out and demand, and some things turn out to be even not in line with regulation, like some of the stuff, I also saw the papers for Lila for Soils, they were shared with us through regenerative farming Greece. A lot of that, people would actually have to lie to participate, just because some of the things that are supposed in the project are not in alignment with the local regulations. So getting clear on that, hand-holding for that, the understanding of we need to be humble, there's a story behind it, there's a complex system behind it, and understanding the farmer's time horizon. Those projects, even the longest ones, they are not even close to any of the thinking that farmers are putting in when they are thinking about their investments, time, money, but also resources otherwise, and for their planning. So that needs to be aligned. There is a lot of times in the projects good people working on that. I mean, I got to know Andrea. I'm a big fan of Fabio, who you worked with. So that helps, and that makes it meaningful for the farmers because the motivation is already there. We are really not lacking motivation on the farmer side, really. That is not the issue, I can promise you here. It's about making it so attractive and so easy to go ahead with and beneficial that they are actually signing up for it.
Okay, understood. So let's make it easy and be humble, I think is a clear message. So, Christiana, I think a couple of weeks ago I was in a forum of Living Labs with colleagues from the agroecology, for example, that they are also using this methodology. And what question I got was, how do you manage the relationship between the different stakeholders and participants in the co-creation? So how do you manage, because there are different languages, different cultures, for example, farmers not to be overshadowed by other stakeholders or whatever. So I think you have experience in managing social sciences and relationships. So can you tell us more, what are you doing in your Living Lab, for example? How do you manage that?
First of all, we explain what is a living lab, so we have a common language. Number two is that we do not overpromise and underdeliver. We are saying, we would like to hear your needs, and I'm making a parenthesis in here. Our people are absolutely in need of solutions for water. We have no water. So anything that can lead to that is not huge amounts of expenditures, close the parenthesis. Also, they would like to cut down on production costs. So any solution that we provide to them, or the scientists provide to them, that means that they are all of a sudden interested. Now, after we explain the raison d'etre for the Living Lab, we get to the point that Living Lab is a process. It is not a place, it is not a concept, it's not abstract, it is a process. And guess what, people? You are part of that process that leads to action. So they are committed. You get them in because they realize that the needs of the farmers are the needs of the mayor. The mayor needs to solve the water problem. It's not just the farmers. And then the entrepreneurs, the business people of the place, you think they can live without water? You think that they can live with no increase in their income? So all of a sudden, out of all these fertile dialogues that we are doing, we have the component of trust in there as well. Because the scientists come, picture this, they come, and usually they have a PowerPoint. And in our, of course. However, we have asked them to put boots and go to the fields and transfer that knowledge while in the fields. If they cannot do it in simple terms, almost touching the problem, probably they're not very thorough with the other people. And if you get lucky and you get a scientist that the people trust, and it gives tangible directions, and it's with them in the field, all of a sudden, you have this fuel. And you know what our new fuel is in the Thirea Living Lab? It is not hydrogen, it is relationships. This is our fuel. And the realization of the people that they are around the fertile dialogues, that the new fuel is the relationships and not the backstabbing, and not the fighting, and not the competitiveness, but the togetherness of this process. Living lab equals process. And we have come with the realization that Thirea, for everybody in the table, is going to be the place of solutions, not the troubled region, the place of solutions. So if you have this based on your needs, then you have action, because everybody in the table is ready from their side to take an action to help the others find a solution.
Okay, thank you very much. I think very clear. I think it's in any case a challenge, but I think you have given some indications, very important indications for everybody. So coming back to you, Lenora, so I think we agree in the concept of lighthouses. But we are talking now about challenges. So how do you really, what are the challenges you find when managing a lighthouse? How do you engage further with farmers, with advisors, for example? For us in our conceptualization, advisors, lighthouses should be a tool for the advisors and so on. So how do you get these people interested and coming to the lighthouse to see these exemplary practices?
Yeah, so to answer your question, I first want to maybe speak a little bit more about the topic or the message of being meaningful for farmers. So this is something you mentioned, and also Christiana, you're starting to touch on that, and it came up a lot yesterday. One of the things you said is that being engaged in these networks needs to have a purpose. So there should be a reason why the farmers are attracted to be in the network. They should get something out of it. So as a first step to identifying or bringing lighthouse farms into your network, I think it's really important to clarify for yourselves as a project what the purpose of the Living Lab and what the purpose of the lighthouses are. So the broad definition of being exemplary remains the same, but a next step in identifying and defining lighthouses is to understand that they are lighthouses of what. So as an example, we have in our network a cluster of climate lighthouses, so farmers who are pioneering climate adaptation and mitigation practices, and they're specifically lighthouses for that purpose. Also, not every farmer is interested in positioned well to be in this role that is often in the spotlight. So I think it's really important to also consider what kind of characteristics a farmer needs to have to participate effectively in this role, so that they're comfortable and thriving in that position. So in our network, that means being willing to host students and researchers, being willing to speak on their own behalf in large conferences, being able to host visitors of all kinds on their farm, a sort of general attitude of outgoingness and, articulate speaking abilities in a sense. Also having skills and infrastructure, so being able to accommodate demonstration days or advisors coming through and bringing visitors is also important. So not only hard infrastructure, but also the resource of time. I think we really need to pay attention to that. We're asking for a lot of farmers and their time, and that we should build that into our methods, that we are mindful of that and accommodating to them. So don't plan your giant project meeting on the lighthouse farm in the middle of harvest season, for example. It seems basic, but it's an important message. And then finally, I come to your question, which is, I think, a really important piece of it is being able to give something meaningful back to the farmers. I spoke to one of our farmers just on Monday who is involved in multiple European projects right now, some of them here today. And that farmer told me that one of these projects is going really well, that she's getting a lot back from it, that there are useful data that are being monitored, that are being brought back to her in ways that she can actually use and apply on her farm to accelerate her innovation capacity. And the other project is not really giving anything back at all. It's just sort of putting her on a list of lighthouses that are waved around as an example of see how many farms we have. So I think it's also really important to build into your plans for the living labs, also in terms of longevity, what the farmers get back from this process. I think I circumvented your actual question by trying to convey this message.
No, it's okay. In any case, it was very interesting what you said, so thank you very much. So coming back to Lisbeth, so one of the things we are here with many scientists, they use the scientific method. So my question could be also, so how do you balance the need for a structured innovation process with this co-creation and this conversation with farmers, for example, with other land managers, in your case with farmers at SIGES?
I think a lot of good things have been said already in terms of farmers, engagement, and characteristics of a living lab. I think one thing I was thinking about is that in Denmark we actually have probably the biggest national living lab currently, because the Green Tripartite Agreement invited basically all local farmers to engage in a sort of living lab setup. And there's definitely one thing there, coming back to your water example. If the challenge is big enough, and if the challenge is really sort of, pushing your possible livelihood, then they will engage, and they will actually engage quite willingly and really do make a big effort. We have 23 local tripartite groups around in the country where they sit together and they figure out how to use land for production, how to use land for nature and biodiversity and woodlands. And it's really a quite interesting exercise, because in that instance, it's all about the process. And the process is really is a really big factor in actually getting an end result that is suitable for everyone. But coming back to your question, see, in SIGES, we can be challenged in the living lab setup because we are quite focused on getting some science-based evidence and some science-based knowledge out of these living labs as well. So we figure out how can we actually do some trials, some regular research, as well as having the knowledge exchange part, the engagement part, and the whole sort of societal part as well. When we work with, for example, regenerative agriculture, which is quite a challenging concept to get a grip of, sort of from a technical point of view, we have to sort of put ourselves in a position where we sort of either say, okay, we cannot really break it down and measure every single parameter in a scientific way as we normally do. How can we then still produce some knowledge from these farms where we can also conclude something without it just being nice stories or someone saw that over there that we found some more worms and a bit more whatever. And I think that is really the difficult part. But we try, and that's also why that we have maybe different steps. We put in different steps in these kind of like living lab concepts that we have in Denmark, where we allow like actual trials to be a part of the living lab concept as well as the other parts. So it kind of compromises really, I suppose, the sort of the original living lab concept. But I think it's important that it's not only good stories told between farmers, nice visits, communication, and the fact that we all of a sudden have the councils and all the local citizens, they like us. We have to have some actual science out of these living labs as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I think one thing we used to say about the living labs is also that they deliver results early on. So it's a different approach. Well, in many projects we speak about projects that are running, and at the end of the project there is dissemination. Here is a process, there is the dialogue, and there is an exchange also for the researchers. So I think this is the last question from my side. I guess we have many questions. So Andrea, I think, well, your living lab is also being very successful also to use new mechanisms to try to engage farmers, to make their life easier so they don't have to be part of a large EU Horizon Europe project, which is really very cumbersome. So can you say very briefly a few words? What are you doing in Lilas for Soil?
Yeah, according to what was the approach by the Mission Soil, we opened the calls for farmers, so with cascade grants, and cascade grants are a useful tool, in my opinion, to start breaking ice, let's say, with farmers. So it's an entry point for engagement, but its value is not related to the financial value alone. It's just because here the idea is to when farmers or small, medium enterprises receive money, receive grants to test or demonstrate a practice, they are no longer participants, let's say, in the process you were mentioning, but they are co-investors in this process. And then there is another point which I think is very important. So the fact that a lot of micro grants could be a lot of tiny amount of money spent, but as long as we don't think about a connection between all this founded macro experiment, micro science, it's a bit tricky. Indeed, this connection should be visible and shared within the Living Lab community. And here, I think some other stakeholders may play a crucial role. For instance, advisors we were talking about before, farmers association, could be knowledge brokers, let's say, helping results, but we are not talking about scientific results, but outcomes. So theory that become practice and become good results. And there we have the need to highlight the successes, that's true, as it's been said, but also failures, because many times you learn more from failures than from successes. And I was saying, yeah, helping results travel horizontally. We were talking about farmers that need to know each other and the different experience, but also vertically, from institutions to policy. I think, yeah, this is the main objective.
Good. Excellent. Briefly, because I think we have an excited audience, but yeah, please.
If I may. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. They're very short. I think that if we have invoices, if we have a measurement on how many invoices we have, I think that would be a very good indicator of business aspect of a living lab. So please put it in there. And number two is we are asking the farmers to invest their time, to invest their willingness, their mostly time. And they're saying, we are going to invest, but how fast can we see return on investment with data? So I think those two things are very important.
Okay, a new indicator, invoices, number of invoices. Sasha, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. By the way, Christiana, I love your phrase, the new fuel is relationships. I think, yeah, absolutely fabulous. Thank you. Thank you for all your questions here in the room and online as well. Do you know what, actually, Christiana, I'm going to come to you with this one because I'm interested to know advice maybe from the whole panel on this one. One of the things you said at the beginning was that farming has a societal stigma. Okay, now you may or may not agree to a greater or lesser extent. Maybe it depends where you are, maybe what type of farming, who knows. You suggested the Commission had a role to change this. I'm just wondering to hear from the panel what else, or whether it is quite purely a policy top-down to change this, or whether there is anything else that can be done that would also therefore help engagement. I don't know. Yeah?
I definitely think we have a huge responsibility, all of us involved in the farming industry, to try and change that stigma. Because I agree, it exists in Denmark as well, and we can see it. I was just talking to Eske. We can see it on the uptake of students as well. That when I was young, we had a lot more students studying agricultural research and science, and they're not there anymore because they don't want to work with livestock and the black farming industry. So yes, we can ask the Commission to help us to change the story, but we certainly have a role in it ourselves. It needs to be linked into this whole food value chain, because none of us want to live of nothing. We all want food. So therefore, I actually do think we have an elegant story and a huge job in communicating the fact that our food is from a farming sector.
I love that. And one of the main points we keep discussing within ERA, because we exactly agree, it's our role as well. And it's like, don't talk about us without us. That's us needing to step up. And it's not that the work of farmers is not appreciated, but we are paying other people for it. It's a very extractive model, because the banks are earning the interest on the agricultural debt. The supermarket is earning the margin. Everyone in the chain is earning money based on that. So it's not the issue that society is not paying for farming. They're just not paying the farmer. And that, thanks. And that is indeed, to a certain degree, down to the farmers as well. So that is why with the ERA, we are not just sitting there exchanging knowledge and celebrating ourselves, but working on policy advocacy, but also engaging in talks with the banks, with the insurance companies, to provide new models, because really the money is there. Finance is not the issue. It's really just where we are spending the money on and who is benefiting from it. There's enough on the table. That's out of question. And also there's so many regenerative farmers that are proving it is a profitable business. So that's not even a challenge either. It's really just how can we support during the transition? How can we as a society come up for their risks through insurances or as society? And then to exactly what you just said, Lisbeth, to step up and work on our perception as well of how we see that role.
Anyone else want to come in on that? Okay. Question from Elisa, who's joining us online from Finland. Thank you very much for your question. She's asking, after all the co-creation in the living labs and lighthouses and projects like this, she's broadened it out a little bit, how do you see the future, and how can you get a greater proportion of farmers on board? So how can we upscale the great things that we are seeing? I appreciate we've talked a lot about this, but I wonder whether you could just give a really good practical example, actually. Andrea, you look like you've got one.
Well, yeah, just
yeah, please do.
That's something. Yeah, I think this enters somehow in what I was mentioning before. So the business model and long-term sustainability of a living lab. Because that's true, the living lab is a process, but in my view, the living lab will be also a room, perhaps not a physical room, but a place where when challenges comes out, and challenges are climate change, commodities goes down, and everything related to the farmer's life, we have a place there where everybody in the value chain are connected. And this is, I think, very, very important. And coming back to your question, I forgot the point, sorry, the specific one.
You were enjoying your answer. How do you get more farmers on board?
Oh, exactly, yes, sorry. The point is that perhaps a lot of living labs have been founded, structured as managed by different kind of associations, university, national authorities, farm association, and thinking about the long-term sustainability, we have to deeply think about what will be a type of leader association that can let's say, feed the living lab, because the living lab needs to earn money somehow to employ people to work for farmers. So, I don't know, perhaps an extension service providing some, I don't know, tool for digitalization. We already took these aspects that regenerative agriculture, soil health, the biological dimension, and the technological one, that digitalization could go hand in hand. And in both sides, we need skill and different expertise, and perhaps a lot of money that was put on these aspects, buying tractors and everything with GPS and blah, blah, blah. Perhaps they are not deeply used right now and could be linked to the two story, perhaps. But this is just an example. I don't have an answer today, of course.
Well, we thought you about, yes, go on, Leonora here.
I would like to maybe challenge the question a little bit. So getting more farmers on board is a question of scaling out, so increasing numbers. But that, I think, puts so much of the burden on the farmers themselves. And of course, a part of our role as scientists is to help prove why and how these lighthouse and living lab innovations work, so that we can disseminate knowledge that will help others come on board. But that scaling out is only one part of the puzzle. It's also about the enabling environment, which is scaling up, so changing the policies to create a space where farmers feel encouraged and supported in a transition like this. And also the scaling deep, so changing consumer mindsets, societal mindsets about what it means to be a farmer, what they offer to society, and how great that is. And yeah, changing our ideas of what a farmer can and should look like and what their contributions are. So it's not only about increasing farmer numbers.
Yeah, it's a very good point. I'm very conscious of time, so Lewis, back to you for the final 5 minutes.
Okay, well, frankly, I think I will leave that time also to Rachel, that will summarize much better than me the yeah all the day. But I just wanted also to tell you that, well, we can continue this conversation, because I think we still need to debate a lot how we build these living labs, how we make them work, how we make them deliver. And another opportunity, there are many ways and many opportunities. Another will be organized by our Soil Health project in December, the 3rd of December in the afternoon. There will be also a session. Dolinda from the NOL is around, so maybe you can ask her, so you can join us in Brussels or probably online. But I would like to take this opportunity that I'm on stage to simply thank you in particular my team that are all around and that have been really supporting to organize this. Takes a lot of time, you know, and effort. So Maria Luisa, Vincent, Cindy, and the ones that couldn't join us in person, because we have the mission is very concerned about carbon footprint, so our trips are limited, but they also work a lot and probably are now watching us online. Jelena, Fiorella, Laura, Francisco, Benjamin, and also the colleagues from REA that are there also supporting us, and the team of the Mission Soil platform. I think there are like 10, so I cannot mention all, but maybe Irene that was coordinating. So thank you very much, and thank you also to our colleagues in Aarhus. It has been a real, very good experience to work together. I think, very well organized. I think we took the lead in different days, but I think there is coherent thing. I hope you all enjoyed. Finally, just to tell you, dear Soil family, see you next week. See you next year in the Mission Soil Week. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our panel. Some really interesting insights there. And actually really great to hear the emotion and the passion as well on when we talked about certain areas. What we're going to do now is the unenviable job of trying to summarize everything that we've talked about, everything that we have heard, everything that we have discussed. What did we learn today? And what is next? The person that we have asked to do this for us, Professor of Soil Health and Monitoring at the Soil Biology Group at the Wageningen University. Delegates, please welcome Professor Rachel Creamer. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I hope there's still a little bit of energy in the room. If you want to move around and just move your arms a little bit, get some oxygen moving back in your blood again, I think that would be a great start. I promise to be quick in the summary. I'd like to begin by saying a huge thank you to our Danish hosts, and of course also to the European Commission and all the teams that are behind it, who put together a really excellent programme the last 2 days. So a big thank you to everyone for that. It's been fascinating, and actually the team running the conference reached out to me last week and said, if you're going to have some slides for your summing up presentation, can you send them to us by Monday morning, please? And I was like, okay, this is an interesting one. I've never had to do a sum up where I pre-sent the slides. So I'm going to try and give it a go, but I may just stop using the slides at one point. So coming to this conference, I thought, well, you know, we've had this amazing news 2 weeks ago about the soil framework, or the soil monitoring law, sorry, not the soil framework directive, about the soil monitoring law. And, you know, many of us celebrated across Europe at the wonderful news about this law being put into place or being passed through Parliament, and now it's going forward. And it actually made me reflect a little bit where we've come from. And many of those of you in the room will remember with me that this has been a long journey. This has not just been the last few years, but actually this stems back to the early 2000s. And yes, I am actually old enough to remember it back then. Where there was a real struggle to try and push for this need for soil protection in Europe and getting that accepted by the different actors and the different stakeholders who utilised and worked with soils. Of course, back in 2014, the Soil Framework Directive was withdrawn, and I think came with great sadness to many people here. But we persevered, and the Commission relaunched it as the soil monitoring law, took a new perspective and said we need to have decent soils data in order to really be able to actually talk about the problems that we're facing in Europe, to talk about the soil degradation that's going forward, and to identify how to realistically move forward in making it happen. What surprised me was when the press release came out from the European Parliament, it made this statement. The soil monitoring law, the Parliament adopts a new EU law with better support for farmers. I thought, wow, that's great. I thought, there's better support for member states, but where's the better support for farmers? And I was a bit sort of puzzled by this statement. And do you know what's been really interesting the last 2 days? Is we've talked more about farmers than we've talked about the soil monitoring law, which has been fascinating, because in a way, we've got there. We've addressed this challenge in the room, and we've really started to refocus already in where can we go from here in the future to ensure that we make all this data that we're collecting meaningful and useful to those that use the land. And we've made some beautiful statements here today. Let's not just talk about generic farmers. Let's recognize the differences in these farmers, in where they come from, both in landscapes, in context, but also in cultural differences, in how they manage the soils themselves. So many thanks to Henry and Jon this morning for presenting to us these EU policies, and not only sort of explaining to us some of the challenges that they faced in the journeys along the way, but also thinking about how we can utilize these policies in making impact into the future. We also heard about Article 11 in the Soil Monitoring Law, which was relatively new on me, and actually I think provides a huge opportunity to provide that support and services to farmers that is now presented in this headline. So let's make this happen. And how can we do that? And I think we can only do that if we do it together. Because what I've heard for the last 2 days over and over again is these discussions that it will only happen if we do it together, if we engage stakeholders, and instead of from a top-down approach, we really think about how we can work at the local level, in these communities, in these districts, to see the priorities and how we can move that forward. So this is actually the icon of the project that I coordinate. It's an EU project called Soil Health Benchmarks, where indeed we're trying to do this. The first step we're taking, and Christina, I think it was you that said this, and I have to say I applaud many of the things you said in the discussion session. We have to listen. I think if there's a message I take away from this meeting, it is we have to listen. Because we're very good as experts in the room to know what we're talking about and to make decisions. But I think in order to really make an impact, we have to listen. And maybe it's in having a cafe where people can come in and talk to you and share with you the challenges and the constraints that they face. Because by listening and understanding, we will really then know how to change and make that impact in terms of sustainable soil management into the future. And when you listen, you hear that actually different actors in the system have different perspectives on soil health. They don't all understand the Soil Monitoring Directive. At European and at member state level, this makes huge amounts of sense. Of course, it helps us recognize the soil degradation taking place across Europe, which we need to identify, and we need to reduce the amount of degradation taking place. But if you start having those conversations about the soil monitoring law, and I have tried this, with farmers, be it organic farmers, climate smart farmers, regenerative farmers, conventional farmers, they say, the what? The soil monitor, why are we having a soil monitoring law? So why is it useful for them? And that's the conversation you start to need to have. And I think actually Niels and Luis in the panel discussions that you both hosted today, and a huge thank you because they were so interesting, these panel discussions, really exemplified that having these discussions, sitting down and engaging with the different stakeholders, understanding their perspectives, is a critical aspect. So here I have different users of soils, different actors in the system. And one of the things in benchmarks that we really believe in is that first we need to understand the context. And by that I mean where, in what kind of landscape, what are the constraints that they're facing? And maybe that can be informed by the soil monitoring law and the soil degradation platform that's been developed by the JRC, for example. They can understand what are the major limitations in this area. How can we translate that information into understanding what these different stakeholders' individual objectives are? And I can hear people thinking, oh, but we can't do this for every single person. Oh, but I think we can. I think we can because we have living labs being distributed across Europe where we can really start listening and defining the objectives. And once you start to collect this, you will see that the objectives do repeat. But different farmers will have different needs. But overall, we can start to see what are the major needs that are being asked and how do we deal with them. And then we talk about a common language. That's been said over and over again the last 2 days. We need to have a common language. But of course, we have policy speak, I have science speak, and many of the people in this room, and we have land manager speak. And you know, even farmers have different languages. Foresters have different languages to farmers, and certainly urban environments have completely different needs and languages. So how do we work with these different varieties of actors? We can do that by using a language they understand and they implement on a regular basis, which is the practices they apply. So how can we translate the objectives that they have in terms of their system, in terms of their constraints, into practices they can apply? And then, when we've done all that, which was actually just a conversation and listening and learning, then we can talk about indicators. That's when the scientists can come in and do their job. And we have ways and means of doing that, but that comes far down the line. Oops, sorry, went backwards. So, we built some models to help do that, and I'm not going to go into the science behind it. But the other thing we did was we started talking to the different actors. And I'm just going to take one aspect, which is water regulation. Each of these different actors have different purposes. A local soil management decision maker, so a farmer, a forester, in an urban situation, will have very practical questions. How can I reduce the amount of runoff that I'm experiencing, or the ponding that's taking place in my field, which I've only noticed happening in the last couple of years? I didn't notice it before then. How can I increase the infiltration of water into the system, or how do I make sure it stays longer, because we're experiencing these extreme rain events and then huge droughts, and my soils are drying up and my crops are failing. We can now connect that to indicators. We can now start to tell them what practices will help with that and how to measure the success of the practice and whether you're getting better infiltration over time. So we can do all this. But at a value chain level, they have different questions, and I won't go through them all, but just to show there are different needs and different perspectives if you listen. So today we had some amazing talks, and I would really like to thank the keynote speakers that we had here. We talked about engagement, about understanding the needs of different stakeholders. We talked about monitoring and how to bring that together, utilizing large data sets and being able to do it in digital formats. But Rainer also made the comment in the discussion panel with Niels to also not forget that local knowledge. And I think that came back again in the discussion that we just had with the panel now. Yes, we can utilize these large data sets, and yes, these are resources we must use going forward. But the local knowledge, the local understanding is absolutely critical. And that's why having these living labs is so important, by bringing those local actors together. It will never be achieved by just trying to do it at a high level. So I'm going to bring it to an end. I'm going to say that I've learned a lot talking to many people the last 2 days, and a huge, huge thank you again for hosting, for organizing. It's not an easy job, I'm quite sure. But actually, most importantly, a big thank you to all the panel speakers, because I really think the discussions that we've had on the tripartite arrangement that we have here in Denmark has been fascinating. We've learned so much from the examples being applied in Denmark, from the living labs and the work that's being done. That is really tremendous. And I really think we should give these speakers one more applause. Thank you.
Rachel, thank you so much. Thank you. And just to echo what you were just saying about the listening and the conversations, I asked earlier, you know, how many new contacts you've had. just as a little thought, don't leave them as contacts in your phone, but before you leave this room, set up a couple of WhatsApp groups. Just to ensure that that conversation continues, because we heard from Diego yesterday this wonderful phrase about the soil family. Well, too often in families, people are like, oh yeah, I will try and give you a call. Yeah, we'll catch up next year. And then suddenly it's Christmas again. So make sure that those WhatsApp groups are there so that the conversations do continue. We started yesterday by basically really sort of remembering and honouring the place where we are, a place where innovation thrives and good ideas can really flourish. And I thought that's where we would end today as well. So for our closing remarks, please welcome back on stage the Dean for the Faculty of Technical Sciences here at Aarhus University. Please welcome Elskid Holm Nielsen. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, dear family of the soil. As we know, everything comes to an end, and this is the second day of the Mission Soil Week, but it is just another milestone for the soil family. So I really like to say a warm to all of you for your engagement, your insight, and your inspiring contribution. And I'll also like to give a special thank you to you, Rachel, for summing up very essential aspects, for your energy, for your vision, and for your continued dedication to the mission soil. And I almost say that taking the water as a last aspect, I think that's very important. And as you probably all know, that there are a bit on the water kick, and I know that there's one consortium that actually has food production in its core, and we hope all of us. And therefore, I think it was really a true pleasure to have you here in Aarhus. These 2 days have been so exciting and full of ideas and discussion. A new perspective has arrived. And we are better in understanding how we can protect the soil and also create a more healthy soil. I'm especially happy to see such a strong support and participation across Europe, because we need to talk together, but we also need to collaborate together. It shows that the soil community is growing stronger and that we are all committed to working together for a sustainable future. Rachel also represents close research links for us here in Aarhus University. We have a closed and a valued partnership with Wageningen University and NRA. We have formed a European triangle of collaboration connecting research excellence in Denmark, Netherlands, and France. But we are not exclusive. We are inclusive in our work, and these partnerships make a real difference and it reminds us that progress happens when we work across borders, across discipline, and are being inclusive. So we close this mission Soil Week in Aarhus. I really hope you have enjoyed it. To me, it has been very fruitful. And I'd like to say thank once again to all the speakers, but also the team behind the whole program. And of course also to the Commissioner, the Danish Minister, the Danish Presidency for our collaboration, but also to all of you for your dedication and enthusiasm. But I think that's one we have missed in all these thanking, and it's Sarah Twinnings. And I think we shall give her a hand in taking us through these days. Let us take the spirit of these days with us. We share the shared purpose, the new connections, and the belief that together we can restore and protect the living soil that are beneath our feet for the future. Thank you very much. Have a safe travel home. I hope to see you, all of you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, thank you. And thank you for summing up so beautifully all the different people to thank. So I'm not going to do that again. Suffice to say, actually, the technical team have also been absolutely amazing, and the catering here, just superb. Thank you so much for being here. If you are going to the dinner tonight, you should have an email about the details. If for any reason you haven't and you know that you're going to the dinner, if you go to the cloakroom to collect your coat, the staff there will be able to direct you for where to go. And there you go. In fact, there's all the details, what time the bus leaves as well. So make your way to the cloakroom. The staff there will be able to direct you. That just leaves me to say thank you so much for being here. Thank you to everyone who's joined us online, because it's been great to have your input as well. Just one final thing to say. We will see you next year. Thank you very much. Thank you.